T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Rumors spreading round United Texas town, about to shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you're gonna go to that home out on the range. They got a lot of nice girls. I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself in. And here it's time. I'm
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I can't this morning. Like, too many things going on at once. I'm already setting up DMs. Like, I'm trying to switch between pages. It's going too fast. I can't stop. Everything's off. It's all off. Ah, it's on fire. Myself, I went over to my DMs, and for some reason or another, I don't know what's up with Discord for me, but they never show up right away. In fact, I've had Yucca call me before even, and like when the sound's off or something, and and the call comes through like a half hour later. It's really weird. I don't know why there's such a huge delay on my side of the Discord, but I don't see any DMs right now. But anyways, I'll get it later. I'm sure it'll come through. Hit my DM. Hold on a second. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It's still blank. Nothing there. Hold on. Let's see here. If I go straight to your name. Okay. I'll have to check this out. I'll have to check this out when I get my reading glasses on, because right now I can't barely read this. We'll check it out. I'll look at it in a little bit. Sounds like Casey had his copy. Let's see. So starting off with the title for the day today here. The data proves without a shadow of a doubt the Amazon rumor was fake. So I'm gonna lead you guys through a little path here. I'm gonna show you how you can determine without a shadow of a doubt that that information that was provided for us yesterday was a red herring into believing why price was moving the way that it was. And I'll show you. It's really simple. We know. Gary Gensler has said himself that retail is responsible for about 10% of the total volume that goes through any given day ever. It's like 10%, right? We know that. We know it's 10%. So we know institutions really control the volume that goes through the marketplace, and so we know mainly institutions are showing that volume. Any volume that you're seeing is going through something. So why would institutions choose to buy AMC over Ape on the news, especially when it's not a preferred equity stock, on the news of a potential buyout / merger, or whatever it is you want to call it, whatever the news might be? Why would they choose to buy AMC over Ape? 2 to 1. 2 to 1. 89.3, almost 2 to 1. It wasn't quite, but it was really close. 89.3 million shares were traded yesterday on AMC. On Ape, 49.5 million shares. How much did AMC price go up by? 13.19%. And we won't even talk about the amount that it went up by. We're just going to talk about how much it went up percentage-wise, because percentage-wise, it would make sense that your preferred equity stock would receive more love, especially when it's cheaper. AMC goes up 13.19%, and Ape goes up, if I can pull up the data here, Ape goes up 4.26. There's proof alone right there. But wait, there's more. There's more. Because all you have to do to confirm this, that indeed that the pressure was to buy AMC because there was a reason why it was being forced to being bought, is by looking at short exempt volume. Who had to create more volume to suppress price one over the other? Did one have more than the other? And the answer is yes. AMC had short exempt volume. Let me read it to you. I'm pulling it up here. AMC had short exempt volume at 819. Let's call it 820 because it was 819,950. So it's 820,000 shares in short exempt volume. 820,000 shares. How much do you think Ape was? Half? I mean, it moved up about half in percentage of price. It moved up about a little more than half in volume. How much did they have to suppress the price on Ape? The answer? 208,000 shares. 1/4 of the amount of short exempt volume went through Ape as AMC. 1/4 of the percentage of the amount in short exempt volume. It's all you need to know. It's all you need to know. You don't need to know anything else. The move yesterday, guys, had nothing to do with the rumor. Zero, zilch, not a damn thing. That was all just a cover story to keep people off the idea that there was being forced purchases of AMC shares yesterday. There was forced purchasing of shares. Somebody was closing positions. Another way you can tell. Remember, CHX is a place where we know that they're closing out positions, right? CHX volume on AMC yesterday, 400,000 shares. 400,000 shares was the last number I got. I haven't updated it yet this morning. Let me update it and see. Okay, yeah, it's still 400,000. 400,000 shares in CHX volume. Ape, 85,000. It wasn't even a quarter. It was less than a quarter of the amount of shares in closed out positions. The data tells you everything that it is that you need to know, guys. All you have to do is follow the data, and it will tell you everything that you need to know. Censored content says we also know Amazon had no concurrent move at that time, neither negative or positive. Another good point. Another good point. Telling you guys these stories. All you gotta do is use the data. It'll be your friend. It'll save you from everything and understanding what's right and what's wrong. I love coffee in the morning. Darwin says, okay, so Casey, with someone closing out their position, what does that mean for us? It means that if we look at the data, the rest of the data, Darwin, and the rest of the data says that somebody's backfilling that position in order to continuously keep the price down, that we're still way in business and we haven't nearly moved up as anywhere close to what it is that we're going to move up by. So 13%, 820, doesn't matter how much percentage it moves up. If you don't see the actual closing in the positions of the data that's being reported, then you're looking at essentially somebody who decided to get out of the game. Somebody else is backfilling the game because they have to, and we're still game on. We got price movement upwards and still the same amount of positions there. And we'll find that out in 2 minutes because I'm going to look at the data and we're going to find out what kind of positions were either closed or more opened. We'll see what happened. It's closing, Nicholas. I don't think it's. In this particular case, because covering is forced, right? I think in this particular case, I don't think that it was forced. I think somebody's closing out their positions. It may have been a bank. I don't know. I don't really know for sure. It could have possibly been a bank. There's no way for me to possibly know who did it. I don't have access to that data, but I can tell you that it wasn't retail. Retail didn't make that move. Institutions made that move. That move came, and then look at the residual volume this morning. Residual volume this morning after what happened yesterday. 111,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC and Ape. 10,000 shares. This had nothing to do with any kind of stories. This had entirely to do from from institutions having to close out positions. So this is something entirely different. Let's see here. We got 1 more minute before the numbers, so I'm going to go ahead and start cleaning my glasses. I tell you what, guys, I'm salivating over here. I'm salivating over the idea that this is not what they claimed it was. We're seeing stress. We're seeing stress, institutional stress, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing for us. A lot of people are probably going to be talking about some bank stocks that dropped down to like a penny a piece. I don't really care. We knew those were already kind of collapsed, so I'm not really going to talk about it too much. I think SVB and what was the other one? I want to say it starts with an S, or maybe it's a C. I don't remember. Both of them, I guess, dropped down to like a penny a piece or something like that. But that's I think that was probably because of the fact that they're being terminated as a trading entity. Don't you think the position was a bit? Well, yeah. Have we seen the end of it though, Sam? That's good. It's a great question. Sam says, don't you think the position was a bit too small to be a bank though? And I don't know. I mean, wouldn't you expect the smaller banks to be the ones that went first? Number one, and number two, have we seen the end of it? I mean, we don't even know if it's fully over yet. As of yesterday, at the closing of the day, we were still getting some decent amounts of volume, where the minutes were still trading over 250,000 shares a minute. 250,000 shares a minute gets you 100 million shares traded in a single day, and that didn't even subside even by the end of the day. So, John, I saw your message for a second, and I saw you saying was sorry I'm yelling. You pulled them back. Let's see here. All right, glasses are clean. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Oh yeah, glasses. I can read. I strain for like that first 20 minutes while I'm reading what it is you guys got going on this. I don't even have that bad of vision, and yet I still strain there trying to see what it is you guys are writing. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it because it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If your broker has that as an ability to sign up for that, they may also allow you to put in a secondary device that can receive the code. If you have that as an option, I would strongly advise taking that option and using it because something may happen to your primary. It would always be good to have a secondary device that can get the code. I'm also asking people to take screenshots or video of your portfolio so you know what it is that you've got. I mean, we already had somebody right off the bat here in the chat saying that their cost per share something dropped down to $1 on 3 different tickers. So I don't know what that's all about, but I have no idea. But if you're taking pictures and video of your portfolio and something changes like that, you can always contact your broker and be like, "Hey, I got proof of something else here. What's going on?" It's a great question to ask your broker. I don't know. I'm not going to know what the answer to that question is. So, because only your broker knows. All right, let's take a look at these numbers, guys. As far as price prediction tally points on the top left-hand side, I had 435 to 735. Eric had 5 to 8. Apex had 450 to 750, and Einstein had 429 to 729. We were all kind of guessing a little bit lower than what we had the previous day, except for Eric. Eric's been kind of going flatline on 5 to 8, and 515 was the close on AMC. 515 was the close on AMC, and Ape was 147 for combined total 662. We all got a price prediction tally point. None of us missed. The closest one that would have missed would have been Einstein at 729, but he still made it. Not bad. So let me give points to everybody across the board here real quick. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. Let's see. And where's my point? There we go. Alrighty, and short exempt volume. This is where you guys are going to see these numbers kind of crazy. Let's see. Ape. We'll start with Ape because that one's easy because I already got it pulled up. 208.3. So it definitely increased. But it didn't look anything like this monster behemoth over here. 819.9. Yesterday, AMC was up 13.19%, and Ape was up 4.26. We're going to call that 103. And let's see about utilization. Utilization for AMC still reporting 100%. Let me check the date on it real quick here. It appears March 28th is the last date reported, so that is correct. Ape utilization rose to 77.32. That's not it, right? I think that's, yeah, maybe that is right. 77.32. Let's see. 77. Yeah, it is. It's an increase. Big, huge increase. Very small. Let's see here. Let me just make sure the dates are accurate. I mean, it changed, so I would imagine it's accurate, but I'm just going to check it anyways. Yep, 77.32. The date's right. 28th. All right, moving on. Max Payne's probably still $5. I wouldn't imagine it would have changed, even though we had a nice little run up. It is still $5. Off exchange numbers. Now, of course, I was looking at these like crazy last night before because I wanted to, see what was going on over here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. These numbers are crazy. Off exchange for AMC was 62.23%. Remember, we're looking for about 64% to be the ending number for the day. That's kind of like our average. That's what we normally do is about 64%. On any given period of time, it's always right around 64%. Yesterday, we had 62.23% going through off exchange on off exchanges for AMC. EDGX was 9.36. For a combined total, 71.59% or 7.59% higher than usual. Okay. Well, data is 7% higher going through dark pools in order to do price suppression on AMC. Why? Okay, that's high. 7%. Well, okay, let's see what that compares to. Oh, by the way, CHX volume, 400.6 thousand shares going through CHX, which was 0.45% of the total daily volume, while that percentage was lower than the 30-day average of 1.97. The shares 400.6 was about 100,000 shy of what I think is a very large number. On Ape, off exchange was 52.32, drastically different. Why? Why was there less price suppression on Ape? Maybe nobody was really buying it all that much because it was a fake news story. 57.76 was the combined total of AMC and or Ape's off exchanges and EDGX volume going through those exchanges. That's what is that? 2.3. See, 6.24% lower than what it should be on a regular basis. Lower. Now listen to this. CHX volume on Ape was 0.17% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.09, which means there was a big, huge jump up. There was almost double the amount of volume percentage-wise going through CHX than normal. But we also saw a huge increase in volume too. So was the amount of shares a whole bunch? And it was 85,000 shares that went through there. It was far less shares going through there, but we do tend to see that kind of averaging a lower number. I would say normally anything over 30 to 40,000 shares would be pretty hefty. So there was some closing of positions going on yesterday on Ape as price was running upwards. On GME, CHX volume for the day was 0.16 with a 30-day average of 0.28, so it was low. Taking a look at Ortex. No, not Ortex. Let's take a look at options. Taking a look at options. Options. Highest amount of open interest. Yesterday was at a $5 strike price for calls. There was 29,000 contracts at that $5 strike. There's now 48.8 thousand contracts. Didn't quite double. But there was definitely a lot more volume carried over than there was already there. On puts, highest amount of volume is still at a $4 strike price from yesterday. It was 42.2 thousand contracts. It's now 44.1 thousand contracts. A little bit of increased volume there as well. So we still have the market suggesting a closing price by the end of this week here in open interest somewhere between $4 and $5. So we may not be, if we do move up, you could see a little bit of a gamma here. There is quite a few positions open at 5.5. There's 27.1 thousand contracts at 5.5 calls, 19.8. Do note that there are in the money puts that were purchased as we're continuing upwards in price here. Some of those did get closed out though. Looks like those might have gone down a little bit day over day. All right. Let me give you guys some nice soothing little music here before I change screens on you and or after I change screens on you and start moving some screens around. And we'll take a look at the rest of the data. What a messy chart this looks like. So we got that breakout of that descending parallel channel way more than I would have anticipated, and I only had 630 drawn in here, so you know there was obviously a little something going on yesterday, more than usual. We did test this level of resistance right here. Notice that I've got this kind of, I think I drew this out at a at a higher time interval than just the 30-minute. This is on a 30-minute interval. From the past, we found kind of like a double bottom back here that I kind of drew in. And we've seen this rising level of sometimes support, sometimes resistance, just depending on where it is. Here it was support on the way down. It was resistance on the way back up once, and then broke through the second time and found resistance. Came back down, found support off of it one time when we were coming back down. Second time we broke through it, and then this time on the way back up, we kind of hit it and stalled out a little bit. This is on a combined price of AMC and Ape, guys. It's kind of odd to see this kind of activity, but it is what it is. Let's see, where are we at on price currently? 662 combined between AMC and Ape. And just kind of note here, we circled these two different points out here in time, and I kind of suggested that there were some similarities to some of this price movement. Some of the price movement is more exaggerated, but the same general move type is similar, right? You have the bottoming out with that sharp little increase down there at the bottom before hitting the very bottom, and then you've got the run up coming up to a point up there, and then coming back down, consolidating for a little bit, and then getting another run up here, and that's kind of where we're at. We're still at that same point. This V down here is kind of this spot right here. So we could be looking at a little bit of consolidation after this run up here, a little bit of sideways action, seeing some more top. How long this is going to continue to repeat exactly this pattern over here, no idea. But as of right now, it's still continuing to kind of play out the same exact way. It's just that the amplitude of the moves is just different, slightly different, but the pattern is the same. Let's give these a refresh one more time. All right, so short share interest of the free float on AMC today is 25.03%. You can see your utilization is still at 100%. This is day number 52 straight trading days of 100% utilization. We're going to zoom in on this just a tad bit here, and we're going to take a look at it. I got to get the coffee out of my hand here and get my pen in my hand instead. On loan amount, let's see, increasing day over day from 198.46 to 199.38. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I got my pen out way too early there. 198.46 to 199.38. So we're looking at, see, I guess it's like 8.92, 920,000 shares in new loans. And then we've got, that's, oh, by the way, that's a new record. That's a new record on shares on loan. So somebody was asking, like, what does this mean for us? Somebody's still lending shares, even though there's somebody out there who's closing out positions, somebody's still lending. So somebody's backfilling the position. So let's see what we got going on here. The last record that we had was set on 3/27 2 days ago at 198.62 million shares on loan. Now it's 199.38 million on the 29th. I'm just changing my numbers here. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose from, let's see here, 24.97 to 25.03. So we're looking at a 0.06% increase on that short share interest of the free float, which equates to of that 920,000 shares, about 310,000 of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day. I mean, they only took in 1 million new shares. I would expect this to still be going upwards. And it is. It went from 93.25 to 93.6. So guess what, guys? That's 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on loan average age per day, which starts your counter from the 24th for 15 business trading days before you see a big price jump up in the stock. And you're sitting there going like, well, duh, it happened yesterday. But I mean, the signal happened 2 days ago. The signal happened 2 days ago, and it happened almost immediately. The price started moving up. But on loan average age per day hit a bottom on the 24th. I can't count it as a flag until I see 2 days of upwards momentum on the on loan average age per day, which just happened yesterday. I don't know if that move was the move that would be coming from this, because I would say normally that I usually say that it's at least 5 business days. I don't typically see it happen. It has happened before within less than 5 business days of that signal date of the 24th. But in this particular case, I don't know. I don't know if this move was part of that or not, but we definitely saw the flag happen on the 24th. It hit bottom. On loan average age per day hit bottom on the 24th, and then 2 days later we had this big price increase. I'm not going to count this. I don't think this was it. And that was really, really quick for that to be happening, and I think we still have more to go. I would still say that there's a big price increase incoming within the next 15 trading days, marked from the 24th, which would mean we would have until the 14th of April to see that price move. Yeah. Security lending volume day over day increased from 3.58 million to 5.25 on Ape. Short share interest of the free float's at 5.53%. Here's your utilization increasing day over day from 76.94 to 77.32. On loan amount increasing from 26.51 to 26.85. 1.34 million new shares on loan. Let's see here. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 5.51 to 5.53. On loan average age per day went down from 51.74 down to 51.36, with 1.34 million new shares being lent out. Security lending volume increased from 1.38 million to 2.59. Orders by Fidelity customers. I already updated this last night because this is another thing that I wanted to look at. Here's another example. Another example of why retail wasn't responsible for moving Ape's price either. Retail didn't even go in and start buying. Check this out, guys. This is the craziest part. This is probably like one of the most defining. I know I've given you guys like lots of different reasons with the data that rumor of this happening. Retail didn't even go out and buy Ape like crazy. And let me show you. Here's an example of why retail didn't go out and buy Ape like crazy, because they didn't even make it into the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks based on orders, right? Based on orders, retail didn't go out and buy a whole bunch of it, and yet the volume went from 9.9 million one day to 49.5 million the next day. So 40 million increased volume, and you don't even make it to the top 30 list of orders being filled by customers. It's because it wasn't retail at all. Retail wasn't going out and buying Ape up, and there was no retail push on this. It didn't happen from retail side. You've got AMC on the top 5 list here of most heavily traded stocks, though. We had a 52.11% buy to 47.89% sell ratio on the last 4 minutes of trades that went through yesterday. That's not the whole day's worth of trades, just the last 4 minutes worth. Yesterday, when we were looking at it towards the end of the day, it was actually a lower number in the 40s for the buy percentage. And usually on the very first day of a big price increase, you do tend to see more sell ratio, a higher sell ratio. The sooner we can get this under control with a higher than 60-40 buy sell ratio, the better. It means that there was way fewer paper hands than what would be desired, and that's a good thing. You don't want to have a whole lot of paper hands on a price run up. So then we've got GME here, also making the list here for the last. This is just the last 4 minutes of the day trades. 49.08% buys to 50.92% sell ratio. Remember, this is just the last 4 minutes. It's not indicative of how the whole day went for their buy sell orders. In fact, I would suggest that those if price moved down on GME in the aftermarket hours, which I don't know if it did or not, but if it did, I would suggest that most of that movement probably came from those them saving sell orders for the aftermarket hours. Taking a look at trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC, we've got AMC triggering at $4.64 for SSR. Usually, when we see a big price like this is a very standard thing to see have happen. 2 days after a big price increase, you tend to see SSR triggering. So not today, but tomorrow, expect to see that 10% move down on price to trigger SSR. And the reason for that is so they can start creating short exempt volume legally and due to low liquidity. So SSR will trip today at 464, but I don't have Ape written down here. Give me 1 second as I pull that up. Ape 147 was a closing price. 1.323 is going to be the value at which trips SSR on Ape. And shares available to borrow this morning, 40,000. I think they had returned a few more of those last night, but you can see there's been a lot of changes going on. It looks like they had up to 65,000 at some point tonight or early this morning, I guess. They borrowed about 15, 25, 30,000 shares so far this morning. I'm not going to round up yet. We'll call it 50,000 shares when they borrow out the rest of these. But yesterday we saw somewhere close to around 200,000 shares having been borrowed. Fees are now up to 281.7%. Yesterday when the price closed, it was 281.2, so it has gone up just a slight bit more. Out of the money calls, we have 129.9 thousand contracts. In the money, 72.4 thousand contracts. Out of the money puts, 147.5 thousand contracts. And in the money puts, we have 38.5 thousand contracts. So we're seeing a bit of an in the money gamma push here on the calls. Not as great as I would like, because I mean, normally you want to see a whole bunch of volume out of the money calls, and it's still 130,000 contracts. So still quite a bit there. Not a whole lot of room for gamma. Going into next week though, we're still only at 88,000 contracts that are out of the money at this time. I'd love to see that stay under 100K, but I can almost guarantee if we have another green day today, you're going to see these numbers over 100K by tomorrow morning. And then the week following, we're at 39,000 contracts, almost 40,000 contracts for the following week. A lot of cow patty stepping going on. I should call it cow patty stomping. VIX futures are down 3.09%, which means the market should be looking pretty strong here. Let's see, we've got exchanges opening up anywhere from futures showing anywhere from 0.72% to 1.17%. Those are actually kind of low. I feel like those are kind of low percentages for as much up as the VIX or down the VIX is right now. So we may see a little bit more gains on those before the market open. So the market's looking green this morning. I still haven't checked into this, why this isn't showing up still. No. I may not even look at this page anymore if it's not going to show this in the mornings. I'll look at it throughout the day, but I'm going to figure out why this is why it's not showing up correctly. I don't know. Even in a complete, it's not showing them. Weird. All right, let's take a look at, let's see, banks. We'll go to banks first, I guess. Banks that are moving, big movers for the day, anything plus or minus 3% or more. I don't see anything. Nothing's over 3% yet. Ethereum Classic is showing up 3.03%. DXY or the US dollar is breaking even as of right now, but if the market continues to head up, I would expect to see that down at some point. Oil is not being traded in the pre-market anyways. SPY is up 0.91. Let's go back out to a 1 hour on the SPY here and just check this real quick. So SPY moved up to retest 400. And it looks like it wants to try to push through 400 and get some more momentum upwards. We'll see what ends up happening on this. As of right now, it kind of looks like we're on a ascending broadening wedge. If this is accurate, I would expect. Actually, I'm going to draw this from here. I would expect this to price on the at some point. I'm not sure exactly when. It could be at the Fibonacci retracement of 401.81, but you might see something along the lines of a breakout somewhere in that time frame, going back down again and then retesting the secondary touching point, which would be about 385, and then it would have like a 62% chance at continuation further downwards. But we'll take a look at this as the days go forward. This is only we're on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This would be like beginning of next week. We may see that drop going into next week through this ascending broadening wedge here. Tesla's up this morning 1.74%. Amazon is up 0.89. Cinemark is up 1.89. Doge is up 2.66. Bitcoin is up 3.76. GME is up 0.39. HYMC is down 0.59. HUD is up 1.5. Ape is up 0.68. And AMC is breaking even this morning. So far this morning, or yesterday we had approximately $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. So far, we've got 118,000 shares having been traded in volume this morning on AMC. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.86, which is above average. Signaling overbought. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.85, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.72, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, it's hard to say on this one. I'm going to go with more selling pressure than buying pressure with our RSI at 38.71, which is below average. So I'd say we've got a good cooling off of most of the numbers except for the 4-hour chart. It could still move up more, so it still has room to continue to move. Even though it's at 71.86, it could still go up more. But it is pretty hot right now. On Ape, we've got about 1 million shares, or not 1 million shares, $1 million worth more inflow than outflow. 18,000 shares having been traded so far this morning. Not a whole lot of pressure here. Order book looks stupid. This order book is so stupid looking. Oh, man. All right. And then on a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.2, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.22, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 55.09, which is slightly above average. And a 5-minute interval, More buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 48.14, which is pretty much average. Let's see here. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1 hour for Ape. Let's see. Let's get rid of this. So lagging line is above price line, but before the end of the day is over, we're going to have to see 157 or better. Otherwise, that lagging line is going to hit the price line and price is going to come crashing back down again. So we've got to see above 157.5 before the end of the day. I'm going to go ahead and put that in here as my number. Let's just call it 158 by close to see continued upwards momentum. We do have a green cloud forming in the future, and we've been hugging this conversion line here, struggling to stay above it. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging lines touching on price line, but would probably break through before the end of the day. So towards the end of the day today, it could become a little bit of a buy signal. But, you know, we've got conversion still below base. Price really would have to drive above $1.68 before it would become a very strong buy signal here. So $1.58 and then $1.68 would be two strong push points. And we hit all of our numbers yesterday on AMC. We even hit the top number on the Ichimoto cloud, but didn't hold it though. So that was part of the problem. On the 1 hour cloud for AMC, lagging line is above price line, but again, we're going to have to get above $5.50 before the end of the day today to maintain upwards momentum. So 550 is going to be the first target that we want to. We want to just hit 550 or close above 550 if possible to see continued upwards momentum. We do have a green cloud forming. Like I said, 2 days after a big price run, you typically see a trip of SSR. If we were to close out price, let's say we closed out at 515, a move down to 489. Let me just pull up. Let me see real quick here what that would look like. Let's see here, 5.5. So what did I say? 515. Yeah, 515. Oops. 463 is what that 10% pullback would look like. And 463 would get us really, really darn close to I think where we've been trading for a little hot few minutes last week or 2 weeks or so. So I think that you could potentially see that strong push down to touch SSR, but I think you would get a strong bounce tripping off of SSR by what is it today? Wednesday, Thursday, by Thursday. So there's strong history here, very, very, very strong history that would be very likely. All right, let's see here. 4-hour chart. Conversion and base are at the exact same number. Lagging line is above price line. If we can get price to open up market this morning above 509, we could see continued buying pressure. And notice that there's not a green cloud forming until into next week. So we could get that pressure that we need because all we got to do is open up this morning higher than 509, and it could become a very strong buy signal for swing quotas, swing trading. 509 is going to be the key number. So it's we've got two differing numbers, but we need to stay above that 509. That really does signal a strong move. Also seeing the conversion above the base would be ideal. So you really want to see price opening up higher than 515 because that will help to push the conversion above baseline. So I'm going to change my number from 509 to 520 because we got to see that conversion get above base. Let's change it to 520. Yep. And with that, we have Pokey Stick of volume coming in about 3 minutes. Real quick before I switch back over to the other page here, I just want to show you guys one more thing real quick here. On a 1 hour chart, I think I drew this out yesterday or maybe the day before. I can't recall which exactly. But we had a little bit of a wedge that I was suggesting we may break out today, and it happened a day earlier than I was suggesting. So we did get this really strong break above the top side, and we have a much larger wedge that's kind of in here. And you can see we broke past this level of this rising level of support in here. So we kind of broke from one wedge to the next wedge, and maybe we can get this consolidation. I have a feeling we're going to see that breakout. Like I said, this rising level of support or what is now support is right at that Fibonacci going into this morning. So you can almost bet your bottom dollar they're going to want to push us below 508, which is funny because that's the number. 509 was the number I was mentioning to you guys. We need to open up above. My guess is they'll try to push us below 508 and get us to kind of trade into this much larger size wedge picture that we've got going on here, where I expect to see a little bit of maybe a breakout somewhere around in this time frame of that much larger wedge. So we may see this breakout below 40 or 508, and they'll probably try and push this price down, and it'll probably settle somewhere between 472 and 508, since there's two strong Fibonacci points in there. I would probably guesstimate a closing price of right around. We're gonna get the additional volume that we want. Well, I got Pokestick of volume coming in right now, so let's check that out real quick and see what it is. 113,000 shares. We got 233,000 shares for the day today. This volume is not nearly as much as I would have thought. We're looking at about a 40 to 60 million share traded day today on AMC. And then on Ape, what do we got going on Ape? Ape, we've got 30,000 shares, giving us a total volume of 48.8 thousand shares for the day today so far. Yep, 5 to 25 million. I can't guess anything higher than that. That's going to be my limitation. Not showing huge signs of volume going on over here on Ape, because there's news, and news usually causes buying pressure, but yet you're not seeing it move. Oh yeah, I also wanted to show you the 1 hour on Ape, as well as I have a potential breakout box for the end of the day today. The top line on this, the break on this would be around $1.53, and I've got 158 on my list here for numbers that we would need to hit to see some strong movement. So you can imagine that if 153 is the top of the line here, it's actually more like 154. Only 4 more cents is all it needs to go to break past this. That would provide the breakout going into today. I don't think it's going to happen today, though. I really don't. I think what we're going to end up seeing is we're going to see maybe some slight upwards momentum that drives us up to about maybe 152. And then I think as they try to drive the price hard down on AMC tomorrow, you're going to see the breakout on Ape going up into Thursday. So I think today you see us close around like 153 on Ape. I'm gonna go 153 on Ape. And AMC, I'm gonna go with. I think they really want to push this down below 508. So maybe I'll just say 50. I'm gonna go with what makes the most sense. Why did I do that? 466. Oops. 5.12. Man, that's so close. Man, it's so tough. This is a tough one. Part of me wants to say closing it around 512 as a 10% drop would roughly be around where that blue line is on the page right there at 446. I think it's 446, right? 466. Sorry. Hmm. I mean, 550. Oh man, this is a tough one. Market's green right now. Um, 520 is the push point. Let's go with. I think I think for sure they try to keep us under 520. I'm gonna go with $5. Just round it off. Split the difference. I'm not being very daring today. So 653 combined is what I'm guessing for the closing price by the end of the day today, which is lower than what we have for combined price right now of 661. Let's see, 653. Yeah, all right. 503 to 803 is going to be my price prediction. And I think in the very first portion of the day today, we may see a little bit of a maybe a little bit of price run maybe in the first part, but I think it might settle back down real quick. And if we don't see it in the front half, we'll probably see it in the back half. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of first thing I read was Belarke saying, Casey, I think we see another good day before downwards. Possible, very very possible. But I'm kind of there's some specific price points that they need to avoid so they don't continuously get more buying pressure. One of them being $5.20 on AMC, and we're only 5 cents away from that. The other one on Ape is at 158, which is 10 cents, I believe, lower than where we're at currently. So they're really they're skating on the verge of having buying pressure that they really don't want to have coming in, and we've seen time after time after time the ability to be able to keep price into areas where they don't they do a really good job of manipulating price to a point to where you don't see that buying pressure coming in. Thomas English says you're going the wrong way. I know. I only saw one. Damn Yankee asked how many halts yesterday. I only saw one halt yesterday, but I didn't look it up to see, and we could do that if you want. I can provide you. Actually, I'll do you one better. I will provide you the link that where you can look it up on your own. If you go to this link right here, you'll come to a page that looks like this. And you just want to click on the trading halts current which is going to give you the halts for the day. If you don't want the halts for the day, which obviously it's still showing yesterday's dates, I think, from yesterday because today hasn't started yet. But you can see AMC listed. It's usually up really close to the top because we're one of the first. It goes in alphabetical order. No, does it? I think it goes in. No, it doesn't. It doesn't go in alphabetical order. These are not alphabetical. I don't know. I thought it put it in alphabetical order, but I guess it's based off of time. So I see one. Let's sort it. Can we sort? No, we can't sort. You can always plug in the ticker and it'll just pull them all up in there. So let's see here. How many halts did we have yesterday? We had one. That's it. Just one. And it was legit. It was a legit halt. I already commented on one Reddit post that said it was definitely not legit, and I was like, yes, it definitely was. It was totally a legit halt. Nothing unusual. Has a level 2 been discussed this morning of what happened during the power hour? No. And I'd have to go back and review it to see what it is you're talking about, or you'd have to refresh my memory because I don't remember that far back. Don't do it while you're driving, Savvy. You keep your hands on that steering wheel. Stop texting and driving. Please don't do that. Yeah, no, we've had halts on the downside too, Frank. We've had plenty of halts on the downside as well. Let's see here. Is that it? Is that all the data? Let's see if I got you guys on the right spot here. Oh yeah, the 1 hour chart on Ape. I think I showed that to you already, but we're getting really close to that breakout on the 1 hour chart. I don't think it's going to happen today. It might get really close to the very edge and with maybe like a slight bit of momentum upwards. But I think maybe the break comes out tomorrow when I think they'll try to drive AMC's price down tomorrow 10% and you'll see Ape go up as a result. Oh man, Doug, you're killing me. Yeah, 550, 446 to 550. So 550 is going to be the new high on the tracker, right? So if you're tracking new highs, let me pull up the. I think it should have been 406, not. You got 446 to 550. I think it was 406. If we go back in history here, you'll see that the low is 406 back here. So it's actually 406 to 550 is going to be that value. So 406 was the bottom, and then because I don't think we hit well, hold on, maybe we did hit it. Hold on a second here. 499. Let's see if 499 was enough. Oh, it was. You're right. Nope, you're right. I missed a spot. I didn't track it. And so then we went down to 430. 499. It would have gone 406, 499, and then the 430 was not enough down. So we're still going up from 406. Yeah, we're still going up from 406. I got it right. I missed that. This is the original jump up from 406 right here when we went up to this 499, but we never hit a 15% drop at all from 499, which means we're still tracking new highs. So 550 is going to be, it went straight from 406 to 550. And that's going to be a 35.5% increase in price. And it kind of makes sense too, right? That last drop from 853 to 406 was one of our larger drops that we've ever seen at a 52.4% drop in price. And usually, whenever you see those really big drops like that, you tend to see a much higher return. So going up to 490 or what was this? 499? Yeah, going up to 499 wouldn't have been a enough of a increase because it was only like a 30% increase or something like that, right? And or 20 something percent. And so it makes sense to me that that 35.5%. I actually think that this is not the end of the increase for us. So actually, now that we're talking about it in terms like this, it makes me want to re-guess my price prediction for the day today. Because knowing that 35.5% is the high that we've seen so far, off a 52.4% drop, I would suggest that normally we would see at least a 40% or greater increase, which tells me there might be some more. Maybe it's going to be initial upside. Like I said, like early in the morning, we might see like a big price rise, or maybe it's in the end portion of the day. I don't know when to some number higher than 550. Let's see what would give us 40%. $6 would give us 47.8%. 575 would be 41.6. So somewhere around 570, 575 ish could be our top, and then you would have that 10% downwards momentum. Like you'd almost instantly get like that 10% drop, and then you'd see higher highs. So we'll probably still see some more higher highs, but we'll probably get a 10% drop in there somewhere. And then if I look at Ape, because I don't think I tracked Ape's numbers from yesterday as well. So hold on a second. Let me pull that one up. I still got it on a 1 hour. Well, this one wasn't hard to track because it was definitely based off of the news. 125 was our last low. 168 was the high that we hit after that. We're still tracking for new lows because our last drop was a 40.76% drop from $2.11 to $1.25. 168 still the top that we've seen that was hit back in the pre-market hours or after-market hours of the 22nd, 322. We haven't seen another high, but we haven't seen a synthetic price failure yet either, which would push us back down to $1. So my guess is that we're still looking for higher highs off of 168. Probably not done with that yet. Which, again, goes right back into this 1 hour chart here, where when you're looking at this 1 hour chart and you're saying you got to see some higher highs, and we're really close to the end of this nice looking wedge here. We're starting to get increased volume with price increasing. This breaking out of this next touch to the top side here could be the spot where we really start moving, which again goes hand in hand in the idea that if they're going to try and push Ape price down tomorrow, watching Ape starting to move up to higher highs above 168 would be very, very likely, super likely. I forgot to put in SSR trigger points today. Hold on a second, guys. Let me do this real quick. What do we got? 1.323 for Ape. I don't expect to hit this, but I got to put it in there because if I don't put it in there, then we'll hit it. If I do put it in, we won't hit it. And I know the chart looks really stupid right now because of the box that I've got drawn here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move this box straight down, guys. I'm not gonna move it left or right. Just move it out of the way a little bit so that we can see what continues to happen with price throughout the day, and we don't get that like weird discoloration on the screen. And then what was I looking? Oh, Ape. Ape is done. Now I got to move the AMCs. This is going to be. Let's see. We closed at 515. 4635. Wow. That is so close. This is what makes me think that they're going to trade. Ultimately, today we're going to end up trading sideways. Notice the red line and the blue line are almost identical right now, guys. Like I had, there's a really strong affinity to pulling price back down to that 460 something range, and you're starting to see a lot of different lines starting to show up all at the same spot. The idea that on AMC that we may see price drop down to that level on a quick burst, like a 1 day burst, just to trip the SSR and be able to print short exempt volume, is a very strong likelihood. But I just don't think it's going to happen today. I think usually it's 2 days after you see a big price run, not 1 day after or the immediately following day. So my guess is that you're going to see price close somewhere fairly relative to where we're at right this second at 515. And then you're going to see that really hard push down tomorrow. In fact, it might even be in the pre-market hours. They'll move it a whole bunch in the pre-market tomorrow, getting it so that market open, they don't have to drop it very much further to hit that like whatever the 10% drop point is for tomorrow, which will probably be right around 466. Which means that we will probably close today out about. I'm changing my price prediction. We're going to close the day out like a few cents higher. That's what I'm going with. I'm going to put in 517. I'm just winging it here. All right, so let's see what that's going to change the price prediction to 567. Oh no, my pen's running out. That's not good. I love this pen. So, let's see. 520 to 820. It's not. It's only pennies. I went from 503 to 803 to 520 to 820. Which means that combined price between AMC and Ape, I've got 670 now, which maybe that'll make somebody out there happier. That's like 3 pennies higher than where we're starting out the day. At 667. All right, Einstein's got 519 to 819. That's funny. I just got done changing my number. I pull it up and there's Einstein at 519 to 819. All right, I got you down, Einstein. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. That's so funny, dude. I just totally pulled up the chat section so I could see what it says. There's your 519 to 819. That's hilarious. David, good morning. It is 7:20. We've got. It's about time for my break. I'm gonna get. I'm gonna yell at here. Jay Portagi is gonna tell me like go to break. We'll go with 9 more minutes. Good morning, Porter. El Doge, good to see you. Good morning. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you around, El Doge. It's good to see you back. Doug's feeding the baby. I hope Scarlett's doing well. Doug says no changing price, violation fine. No. You can change it all the way up to market open. Every single one of the guys are allowed to change their price prediction right up until market open. Blarky, I didn't see your comment. Hold on a second. Let me scroll back up again here. Yes, Danny. And I don't see any comment. There it is. Casey, yesterday I was saying, look at the price touch top of cloud perfectly on the 4-hour. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? We might see, I mean, we should be seeing a really strong push in price movement at 520, which is why I would expect them to try and close us at 517 by the end of the day. And I'm seeing Island to Dr. Moreau in here says after our order book was flipped to the 457 price every 20 seconds for like hours after hours. Order book same as yesterday morning. Did you see this? Yes or no? I did not see it. Yesterday, somebody started closing out positions yesterday. Pretty sure of it. Good morning, David. I probably already said that, but I'm scrolled back. Jay says, "Got that right, Casey. I'm watching the clock, waiting for the 30-minute mark." Are you, Jay? Are you cycling in the mornings? Like, is that your cycling time, or I'm just kind of curious. I think Amazon rumor was simply a cover for shorts to close a few positions before immediately reopening them. Porter, I would tend to agree with you, but I would suggest that it's not necessarily those who might have closed. I don't think would have may not have necessarily been reopening. But I would agree with you that there were new positions that were added as well. I mean, it's right in the numbers. The numbers definitely suggest that we're at a higher loan amount than we've ever had. We just hit a max record on loan amounts by increasing by 920,000 shares, but that's not a whole lot. But there were definitely new positions opened for sure. Apex, let me scroll back up. Tree look point. I don't know how to read emoticons. Hold on a second here. It seems like maybe you're telling me you put in a price prediction, maybe. I don't. Let me scroll back up here. I don't see it. Fritz Flappier's I'm seeing saying, Casey, do you know if the Pyth network data on DevNet could be true? AMC prices there past month 30K to 100K or more. I have not heard. I have no idea what that is. I'd have to look into it and see. I don't see Apex. I don't see any numbers. I don't see any numbers from you. Red Dog says, how many halts today? I'm not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Usually 6:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I cycle. Did 45-minute run today. That's awesome, Jay. Man, I want to get back to those days. My wife laughed at me. You just Why did you laugh? That was messed up. That was such a that was like a Simpsons ha ha. I want to get back to those days. Ha ha. You wish. I'm gonna beat you up now. I don't know, Apex. I was looking. I didn't see the numbers. Doug says, thinking about CBDC, why do you have so much faith in CBDC as opposed to Bitcoin, for example? Because it's backed by the federal government, but I don't have faith in CBDC at all. Sometimes I feel like you guys think that because I talk about something with passion, that it means that I have a liking to it, and it's not necessarily that at all. It's more that I'm just talking about it passionately because it's a hot topic or something that I'm passionate about looking into. But don't ever mistake the way that I speak about something passionately as being favorable. Sometimes I talk very passionately about things that I don't like at all, and think are terrible things with the same amount of passion. So I wouldn't say that I have more faith in CBDCs, but I will say this. In regards to like why would I look at a CBDC backed by the federal government versus a Bitcoin that's unregulated? That one simple word: unregulated markets versus regulated. If you have an unregulated market, it's literally like putting your money in a bank in the wild wild west that has no insurance that anybody's going to protect your money, and some thief is going to decide that they're going to come over, and we've seen it already. We've already seen tons of thieves inside of cryptocurrencies all over the place who are stealing money out of cryptocurrencies, and yet they're supposed to be protected, and we're not seeing that happen. There's flaws, there's inherent flaws in those, and backdoors into some of these systems, and it's just thieving everywhere going on in cryptocurrency. It's not safe. It's totally unsafe. Why would I stand stronger behind a CBDC? Because it's backed federally. And anybody who's going to mess with it's going to get prosecuted and has way more negative side effects to potential manipulation than somebody who would have the idea that they might go after something that sure it can be hacked. So what? If you were a thief, Doug, are you going to go after a car that's got that's sitting behind video cameras, an alarm system, and state of the art security, or are you going to go for the unlocked car on the side of the street? That same car, same exact car, right? You got a Porsche 911. One sitting unlocked on the side of the street in a rundown neighborhood, and the other one sitting in a $1 million home mansion. Which one are you going to steal? And that's why I would stand behind CBDC over cryptocurrency, because CBDC would be the one sitting behind security and protection versus the one that's just sitting out in the rundown neighborhood. And see, now I'm talking passionately, and it makes it sound like I'm like all for CBDC. It's like, no, the passion is about the protection. That's what the passion's about. Tom says, Casey, can we hear the detain in your voice when it comes to some subjects? Good morning, sir. Can we hear? We can hear. We can hear the detain in your voice when it comes to some stuff, but don't. Um, don't. How I feel about something and how I talk about something are completely different for me. For most people, I would say that you could probably use that as a good indicator based on how they're talking about something. But for me, it's different. Andrew says, yesterday Casey said, guys, we can do better than Amazon. Don't sell. I never said that. I never said that at all. And then I did say that part about like, the story being fake, but I never said don't sell. Overnight, Casey reads data, knows move. Story is fake. Casey happy again. Data gives Casey wings. Woo. Oh man. Apex says, why am I being silenced? I noticed Apex that there are certain icons or certain things that you triggers in things that you're saying that can be blocked by YouTube. I get that all the time from people, and I don't know what it is, but you're gonna have to figure out what word it is that you're using or something. There's something you're saying that's or putting in there that's blocked. CBDC hack, all transactions go through a central authority. If it is compromised by an attack, the entire network will be disabled. I mean, so the funny part, I was actually listening to a call last night, Doug, where somebody was arguing that side to it, and I would say, so is the banking system currently, right? But why doesn't the banking system get hacked currently? You got to understand, man. It's all about security. Security matters on who's on the other side of who you're screwing over. Let me ask you this question: if you were going to screw over a mobster, would you rather screw over a mobster or would you rather screw over a nobody? Who are you gonna piss off the most, or would you rather do crime against somebody who has no ability to be able to do anything back to you, or would you rather do crime against somebody who can rip you to shreds? And the other part to it is that there's a lot of anonymity in what happens through an unregulated market, whereas there's not so much in a market that's again got all that security. $528 apes, 161 combined close of 689. 7 times I got it that time. 528 to 828. Got you down. Wow, we're really close today. We've got like so far between the three of us, we've got like a less than a 10-cent spread. It's a 9-cent spread between us. The run came out first, round belly. Glenn says the rich hedge fund manager with the Porsche outside stole the funds to buy the Porsche. Maybe, except for the fact that that's all going to be tracked, and eventually he can get prosecuted for it. Well, Doug, we're going to have different of opinions then. I don't know what to tell you. Preacher says having nothing backed dollar is bad enough. CBDC is just like that, but 1,000 times worse. Yeah, I don't. Actually, I kind of sort of disagree with that a little bit, only because of the fact that and this is something that somebody else said, and I hadn't thought of before. If you gave the CBDC a decay period, then by adding in a decay period on the CBDC, then you would essentially introduce a anti-inflammatory inflammatory that's not the right word, inflationary factor into it, right? So like if all CBDCs that were issued had some time decay where they cease to exist by some period of time, you're forced to either spend it or lose it completely. Then they could continue to print more and more, and then some of it would just disappear. And so the other part to that is that you force spending, right? If you force spending with time decay in there, then you've kind of generated this like cycle of forcing money to kind of be moving constantly. And so that's one of the ideas that I think is like absolutely truly amazing. I had never thought about a time decay on a money before, and it would be extremely valuable to, I think, a currency to see something like that happen, because it would be immediately anti-inflationary. Tom Carroll says that would be horrendous. Say that to the business owners out there. I don't disagree with that, preacher, at all. I don't disagree. Yeah, but inflation is bad though. Inflation is bad, and the money still exists. That's the inflation, right? So if you introduce a time decay in there where it simply ceases to exist the longer that it's held on to, then you're forcing money to exchange hands. You're forcing transactions to occur. I don't know how they would do it. I don't know how somebody would put that into place. I mean, perhaps they would have like some kind of like savings account where you can save X amount of dollars. You know, maybe that's how you change Social Security instead of you know, maybe something some kind of savings account would have no time decay, and you'd be allowed to save like X amount of dollars. Who knows? But you're not wrong. You guys are super right because it would put tons of control factors into, you know, what you can and cannot do with your money. If retail trading is only 10% of the total of the daily volume, isn't it then normal to have such high dark pool percentages? No, it's not normal. Somebody, because all you got to do is go out and compare to like um, other, like compare ticker to ticker. Like you can go compare one ticker to another ticker and see like, you know, the percentages are not, what am I looking for? Not the same, not comparable. They're not comparable. It only fuels inflation when you're printing more though, salty dog, and that's the problem, right? Like if you keep printing and it's just more and more and more and more, and nothing ever happens to it, the actual spending isn't what causes inflation. Spending while creating more or printing more money is what causes inflation. So it's when you're having to create a larger and larger amount of money volume that causes inflation. That's the textbook answer for what inflation is, right? It's volume, and so when you take away, when you subtract out of your volume, then you can have spending without inflation and still be printing money. So you take away the inflation portion of the factor. There is no inflation. You could literally print money just as fast as it disappears, and still cause there to be spending. All right, I gotta go to break, guys. Let's see here. I gotta put the message real quick here. Oops, I didn't even realize I only had it on one page there. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see here. Uh, Alrighty. I will see you guys back at 8:15. All right, I'm back, and let me remove the message from the screen here. I already have my price prediction in for this morning, guys. I put it in earlier. I don't expect a change here. Let me just check the market real quick and see where we're at in regards to futures. Yeah, most markets anywhere from 0.75. It's a little bit higher than what it was earlier. It's 0.75 to 1%. So 0.75% to a percent, and VIX is showing down 2.85. Throat Yogurt says, "Hey Casey, is the music Pandora's Journey? It is Interstellar Pandora Journey. It is. That is the name of the account. I've got it listed in the comment section in here because he's you can, as long as you give him some kind of credit in your live stream, and it's Scott Buckley. Music by Scott Buckley, released under CC-BY 4.0. It's listed, and it's got his website in there, scottbuckley.com.au. The guy does amazing music. I love it. I think it's, I don't know, I was listening to some of it the other day. It played automatically after a video that I was watching, and I was just sitting there going like, it was kind of one of those things where it just accidentally started playing. I was in the middle of doing something and I couldn't stop it, so I was just listening to it and I was like, damn, this is really good. So I thought maybe you guys would enjoy it too. We got about 10 minutes here before market opens. Joe, good morning to you. Joe says, "Let's roll. It's time." We got AMC at 507 right now, down 1.55% in the pre-market. Ape is down 0.34 at, or actually now it's breaking even. Breaking even right now at 1465, 147. It keeps fluctuating between those two price ranges. Blarkey says, "Where's the link?" I can give you a link to his. Let's see here. How do I do that? Give me 1 second. I guess this would probably be it. This is the easiest way I can give you a link. Here you go. That's the link to the Pandora Journey. And he's got some longer ones in there. The one that I was playing was Interstellar for this last break. Yesterday and the day before, I think I was playing Tree of Life. There's just Tree of Life, and then there's Tree of Life Volume 2. We might try another one for today. I might do Light Through Darkness. Maybe we'll play that one a little bit later today on the next break. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's good stuff. Let me just check through things real quick here. Yesterday I posted. I thought this was kind of cool. This is. I don't really advertise things very often. I feel like this is a little bit of an advertisement here. So take it with a grain of salt when I say this. But in our community, there's somebody by the name of Charlie Girl, and I retweeted this out yesterday. Basically, whenever you post a picture. And I posted my picture of the John Wick bucket and coins, and I automatically got entered into her little contest. She automatically entered me into it to get an A-list subscription. And so if you follow, or I guess you don't even have to follow her. Really, all you have to do is whenever you post a picture of anything AMC related, hashtag it at AMC, hashtag AT capital AMC. And when you do that, it automatically she'll put you in to be able to receive she'll put you in a contest to be able to receive a free entry for A-list subscription. I think it's for like 2 or 3 weeks or something. I don't know, or maybe it's 2 or 3 months. I don't remember how long it is, but really kind of cool. Like, I mean, I think that's she's essentially what she's doing is she's causing people to post more pictures of AMC to get entered into a contest that benefits AMC, which I think is a great idea. So I wanted to support that. I wanted to kind of stand behind that. I was like, I mean, there's nothing coming out of anybody pockets here. Like, people are just literally winning for just posting pictures, and I think that's free advertising for AMC. So I was like, I can stand behind that. I don't see how anybody necessarily benefits. I guess maybe I don't know if she's not getting anything out of this other than the fact that she's supporting the stock that it is that she owns, and this is not how you piss in your kid's lemonade stand down the street. This is not how you. This is how you stand down the street and you say, "My kid's lemonade stand has marijuana in it." This is the exact opposite of how you don't piss in what it is that you own. This is good ownership right here. This is somebody who says, "I want to take care of the company that it is that I want to see successful, and in order to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and back it by promoting good things in the community." And so I'm standing behind it, and I'm saying, hey, if you got a picture you're going to submit, just put a hashtag at AMC, and maybe you can benefit from winning off of that. I don't know. It'd be nice to have that little A-list subscription if you don't have one. Speaking of which, A-list subscriptions are pretty cool. If you don't have one, look into it. Mac and B says, I don't see her complaining either. Looks good to me. I know, right? I mean, that's the part that drives me nuts the most, I think, in our community is like when people complain about anything, it's just kind of like, what are you doing? This is literally like what you're invested in and you're complaining about it. Like, you're pissing in your own lemonade. Stop doing it. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. It's not a good idea. You're just providing ammunition against you. It's just not smart. I think I'll take the non-piss lemonade. Even I'm not that dumb. Thanks, Mac and Bees. I appreciate it. Don't need it, but I appreciate it. And then Doug's like, Doug's over here. Doug's over here. He's gonna straight up like ripping down his pants as fast as he can to get to start peeing in his lemonade. Oh man. 8:27. We got 1 more minute left here. Roseanne's like, let's get this party started. Roseanne, are you off today? You can't wait. You're like, you're gunning for the day start here. We've got some pretty good volume going into the day today. I wouldn't expect amazing amounts of volume today, guys. Out of AMC, I'm only seeing somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares, but who knows if we get that unexpected volume push at the end of the day again. Alrighty, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we got GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. Our weather's
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Rumors spreading round. United Texas town. About to shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you're gonna go to that home out on the range. They got a lot of nice girls, huh? I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself in. And here it's time. I'm on
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, straight to the title for the day-to-day, guys. I'm not going to make this real long here. I got on my soapbox earlier this morning, but we'll just go through some of the quick little things to show you. The data proves without a shadow of a doubt that the Amazon rumor was fake. So, how do I know? Number one, if you have, we know that institutions are responsible for about 90% of the price movement, 10% from retail. We've heard that many times before in the past. In fact, I would argue it's probably a little bit less than 10%, maybe more like 7%, but we'll just argue 10% on the high side. So we know institutions are the ones who are driving price the way that they drive price. Why wouldn't you see more buying of the same stock on a preferred equity on news? And the reason is that you wouldn't see more buying on news is because it's not real news. The price of AMC was the one that was driving yesterday. It was the volume of AMC that was driving yesterday, and that's how you know. Those are the two main ingredients that you need to know that tells you everything that it is that you need to know about why things moved the way that they did yesterday, and it had nothing to do with that news. Otherwise, you would have seen some of these numbers drastically different. AMC volume, 89.3 million shares yesterday. Ape volume, 49.5. Almost half as much volume for Ape at a much cheaper price on news. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. What's the next thing? AMC was up like 13. Let's see, what was it again? AMC was up 13.19% day over day. 13.19. Ape, 4.26%. Why wasn't there buying pressure on Ape if it was truly the news that was causing price to move? Okay, maybe that's not enough information for you. Short exempt volume. 819,000 shares in short exempt volume on AMC yesterday. Now, the volume was legitimately double. Almost, not quite. Almost double the amount of volume. So, I would expect there to be more short exempt volume on AMC. They're trying to suppress price as buying action or activity is occurring. But you had volume on Ape too. Almost, a little more than half. 208,000 shares in short exempt volume. There was no buying pressure to suppress price on. There was hardly anything. 208,000 shares going through short exempt volume. That's a drop in the bucket. It's a quarter of what AMC had when the volume was just a little more than half as much. It wasn't the news. It just wasn't. All the data is there to prove it, and it shows you that there was no news that was causing shares to be purchased on the market. Why do shares have to be purchased on the market? To close positions. Where do we know that some of this volume that shows up for closing of positions? The CHX exchange. What was the volume yesterday on the CHX exchange for AMC? Total volume on CHX exchange for AMC yesterday was 400.6 thousand shares. On Ape, 85,000. Closing of positions was happening yesterday on AMC. Ape would have been much, much higher had that been the case. If there were closing of positions or there would have been buying, heavy buying, none of it showed up there. Nothing showed up on Ape whatsoever that would suggest that any kind of news was driving the price yesterday at all. Nothing. Nothing. Not a single shred of evidence that would suggest that the reason that AMC's price was rising was because of a news item. Zero. The data is all you need, guys. It tells you everything that is that you need to know. Let's see here. AMC is up 0.78% at $5.19. Ape is up 2.05% at 151. Again, today, 5.14 million shares traded so far on AMC, Ape 1.5 million shares. Almost a 5-to-1 ratio. Uh, 8:42, we got about just a little over 15 minutes before we do our first check of the numbers for the day today. The Lucas says, Casey, exactly the minute the first news came out, AMC started its run, so I tend to disagree. Even if the news is unfounded, it definitely did something for us yesterday, but we can agree to disagree. Yeah, I don't see why though, Lucas. If you can buy the same stock for 1/5 of the price, not quite. We'll just say a quarter. If you can buy it for a quarter of the price, any institution, 90% of the volume comes from institutions. If any institution could have bought the same stock for the same price, but three-quarters of a price less, they would have been buying Ape, and you would have seen more volume happening there. So there's always going to be some push, some volume pushing from some kind of news, but that's not what happened though yesterday. There's closing of positions, and the data supports that idea. So we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's fine. I'm not saying that there was no push coming from the news. I'm just saying that the reason price was going up certainly wasn't from the news. Doug says, what happens to shorted shares on a company merger or buyout? And they more than likely the position. So is the acquisition going in the direction? I'm assuming. I'm just going to assume, Doug, that you're saying that AMC would be a buyout from somebody else. Or an acquisition. And I would say that those positions would just cease to exist. Nobody would, once a stock stops getting traded, the positions are closed out. There's no actual closing of the positions. It is what it is. It stops to, it ceases to exist, and there is nothing else that happens. So anybody who had a position that was open, if it was a naked short, then somebody would probably have to start paying out for their positions. But they would have to. There would be a payment. There wouldn't be any buying of shares, but they would end up paying it. But any short interest that was open, the borrowing, they would just simply return the cash because they can't return shares. Yep. It doesn't really matter though, Island Dr. Moreau. Because yesterday, Ape didn't even make it onto the list of buy orders from retail, and yet it had huge amounts of volume. But it's still only, you got to remember, we only move the price by 10%. It's institutions that are moving the price. So why would an institution be buying AMC shares if they could simply gain Ape shares? And the reason for it is because they have to have the AMC shares to close the positions. They can't buy Ape shares to close out their positions. In order to close out, you got to have the right ticker, buying the right shares. So that's why you see AMC's price moving and not Ape's price moving, because otherwise they would have just bought Ape shares and closed. But you're seeing AMC's price rising because of the fact that in order to close those positions, they had to buy the AMC shares. If the short positions were open prior, especially if the open positions were prior to any kind of split that would have occurred. What if institutions feel as if, so first off, Thomas, I can tell you right off the bat, I'm going to stop right at feel. Institutions don't trade off of feelings. That's something that a retail trader does. I won't even. I don't even need to read further. It's the minute you throw feelings into the topic, it's just I can dismiss the idea right off the bat. There are no feelings in regards to trading in the marketplace. It's not how they trade. And I would suggest, and I'm not trying to bash you or anything, but one of the things that you're going to have to start to understand as a retail trader, you'll be better at making your trades if you trade less on feelings or beliefs. It doesn't matter if it's a belief or it's a feeling. You trade on facts. You never ever ever trade on a belief or a feeling. That's gambling, sir. That is gambling. You do not make trades based off of gambling where you think something's going to happen. You do it because you know something's going to happen. Institutions do not make their positions based off of feelings. They base it off of facts and what they know is going to happen. And you will become a much better trader as soon as you get rid of that idea of, I'm going to make a trade because I think this is going to happen. If the minute you start throwing thinks in there, thinks, belief, feelings, those are all things you got to throw out the door. You need to look at hard facts and say, I know this to be a fact. This is going to happen. Those are the kind of things you trade off of. Everything else, ignore. They may not know what's going to happen with the lawsuit. They may not know what's going to happen on the lawsuit, and I would suggest, and I've suggested this on many occasions before too. A lot of people were asking me, like, should I be buying AMC or Ape? And I say, if you don't know what the transaction or what the end result of the lawsuit's going to be, then the smart thing to do would be to act like an institution and hedge your bet accordingly. So if you're not sure and you have to make a position, then you would be best to split your position between the two, because that's truly how you're going to hedge against information going one way or the other. Like, if it doesn't matter if it goes through or it doesn't go through, you've hedged properly because you've done both, like everybody else just wrote in there already. So this is why institutions, they don't what do they say? Buy the rumor, sell the news. They already know what's going to happen, though. So it's not really a rumor. They either know it's a rumor or it's not, and so they're just waiting for, they're going to buy into it, and when everybody finds out since they already know what the outcome's going to be, when everybody else finds out the news, they're actually going to that's when they're selling, right? They're selling into that. But that means that they already know what the truth is. They already know what the real answer is and what's going to happen. Kenny G's jail cell says, so why doesn't Adam Aaron come out and debunk the rumor? Because they don't comment on rumors. You're not supposed to do that. Billy, yes. By the time you know something that's going to happen, more than likely the market's known about it long before you did. So you are always playing catch up. From a retail perspective, absolutely, you're playing catch up all the time. That's why you have to be looking for some of the information or the data that's going to tell you that some news is coming, right? If you see a big move on a stock prior to the news coming out, you know that there's going to be some news that's coming out. That's why they've made their position. A lot of these institutions have their feelers out everywhere. They've got people sitting on boards. They just have so much information coming in. They know exactly what's going to happen long before it happens. And so they're making their positions prior to the news being released. And then everybody else is reactionary to that. So I'll give you an example of a double-edged sword on that, Lucas. Lucas is saying also letting the rumors be out there could be beneficial for us, especially if they're fake rumors, and it's just helping us with price movement. Why would Adam Aaron deny it? Would impact price negatively. So let me give you a description or an example of why that would be bad. If you start a rumor, Amazon and AMC are negotiations to do this when you see price starting to rise. And then a week later, you come out with the information or a news article and you say, Amazon AMC deal falls through. What do you get to do to the price? What do you get to do to the price when you create that anti side to that news that generated all that positive pressure and movement? What does it get to do on the backside? And the answer is that they get to manipulate the price downwards on the side. So if everybody buys into this and goes like, wow, this is great, let's just run with the news. Then guess what happens? They get to take the backside of that as well. They get to short it, they get to drop the news, and you get to drop the price. So why should you avoid buying into bad news like this? You should, because for that exact reason, you do not want to see price manipulation based off of false news stories. Because now they get to they get to create the narrative. They get to create the futures on what's going to be, what the future of the price movement is because they get to drop the bad news. But the problem is that it never really probably was even in existence in the first place. So it was all just manipulation and price to try and cause something to happen. So you got to be careful. Like just because news seems like it's in your favor one day doesn't necessarily mean that on the backside of that news that it's going to be in your favor again. Plus, think about the idea of this. Think of an article. I can think of a future article title here. Deal falls through with Amazon. AMC CEO apparently doesn't think it's a good idea. Tell me where that goes. Tell me that doesn't turn out to even if everybody was against the idea of a merger between or buyout of Amazon and AMC, even if you were against it in the first place, watch the FUD come out after that. Oh, Adam Aaron's not doing his he's not trying to benefit. He's not doing his fiduciary duties to the company and the shareholders because he's just simply out for AMC only and he doesn't want to look at deals and the FUD's going to be there. So don't buy in the original news story until you know the facts, until you know that it's no longer a rumor. Don't buy into it. I wouldn't buy into it until you get an official news press release. Like I said, we're the ones that get to generate the news and the narratives. We should be the ones dictating what's going to be said about this. Buying into some of these rumors like this and saying, well, it's helping the price anyways, let's just run with it, will shoot you in the foot way down the road. Later on, you'll be wishing you would have never attached yourself to that message at all. It will bite you in the end. We got about 4 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. We've got AMC down 1.95% at 505, and then let's see here. Ape is up 1.7% at 1.495. You always got to think about the other side of every story, guys. It's always be thinking about steps ahead. You know, how, like, don't just be living in the moment and being like, well, let's just run with this because it works. Always be thinking about, like, how could this be spun? How could this be, how can I play 3 or 4 chess moves pieces ahead here and see how this can be manipulated in a way that will be against positive price movement of the company. It's when you start to think a couple steps ahead is when you're going to start seeing the chess game a little bit better. Carl says this is the 4th time they have used that fake BS story. Takes 2 minutes of research to ID it and FUD. Not untrue. And I actually received some messages from some people last night about some of the previous postings. Let me just I'm gonna share the picture that was shared with me last night. Give me 1 second to find it. Hold on a second. I think it was this one. Nope. No, but I do want to share this one. I got to come back to this. Who was it? It'd probably just be easier for me to just look up on my internet search history because I'm sure that's where it's at. Yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll pull this. Oh, here it is. This is it. I found it. I verified this article because I always like to verify everything before I just, go, jumping into something. So I did indeed verify this article. It was a real article that did come out and notice it's in 2020, not 2021. And I actually made this mistake at first when I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, May 11th, 2020. And for some reason, it didn't register. I was thinking 2021 when I saw it. But reports are swirling around Amazon's plan to buy AMC theaters May 11th, 2020. Amazon is reportedly considering buying the largest movie theater chain in the United States as the e-commerce behemoth goes from strength to strength amid the coronavirus pandemic. That rumors it's been around the block forever. This is not the first time. Yeah, it's old. It's old. It's been done. It's what happened. Let's go back to price on May 11th of 2020, shall we? Let's go take a look at it real quick here. May 11th of 2020. Wow. If this doesn't look like our current price movement right now, I have no idea what does. Look at this. May 11th, right here, when price skipped up, right exactly at the same point that we're at right now. Holy crap, this is so insane. I didn't even look at this before, but check this out. Watch this. This is almost exactly a play out of exactly what's happening with price right now. News article, May 11th, came out right here. Same day that you had a huge volume and spike. Notice the spike down at the bottom of the page there. May 11th of 2020. Now let's take a look at our current point in time. I gotta get rid of all these lines. Hold on a second. Current price point on this run, on the run down here, and then a move back up from the top. Where's the? Oh, this is on the. I'm not looking at the combined price of AMC and Ape. It looks more similar to AMC Ape's combined price movement. So let me pull that up real fast because that's what it looks more like. Check this out. AMC and Ape price movement right there, combined. And here you have. And let me actually make the volume shrunk down a little bit so you can see that too. Big spike up in volume right here at the beginning of this price fall. You don't see the same volume spike up in this one here, but notice the cat ears, as we've been talking about this before in the past. Here's your cat ears in here, and kind of what I was suggesting. You've got your double spikes leading into a head and shoulders that drops price in the future, and it looks exactly the same right now. Combined price of AMC and Ape look almost identical to the exact same movements, and the news came out at almost exactly at the same point in the chart. The news came out yesterday, right here, right same exact spot on the charts. It doesn't. These things are for a reason, guys. These things are for a reason. It all happens. It all has a purpose. It's to influence. You can either buy into it or you don't have to buy into it. But yeah, I mean, it is AMC and Ape's price movement looks exactly like it did back in that period of time, even with the volume spike as well. Influence. You be the influencer. You be the influencer. Don't let the news influence you. You guys are the ones who are in control. You get to dictate what gets spread around as rumors and what doesn't. You get to propagate what's pushed forward and what's not pushed forward. Well, it was January, Sam. But AMC didn't. I would say AMC's move in January. It was May 2020 that article came out. It was January of 2021. The AMC had its first move, but I wouldn't say that was a squeeze on AMC's part. That was more of a GME issue, as GME was the one that a lot of other meme stocks kind of ran in sympathy to the price movement getting out of control on GME. So I wouldn't say that was really, it was like a year later. It was a year later from that point in time. Doug says Elon is buying AMC. Let's go. And then Roadhouse is like, what? Elon is buying AMC? What? I'm telling you guys, you don't understand how much power you have. Now, be careful, though. Be careful with what you do with your power. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. So, but you guys have that power, though. You don't realize it, but you have the power to dictate the outcome of what it is that people see with the news in regards, because the news can put out information. It takes you to spread it. You have to be the one who spreads the news. So you have to decide which news are you going to spread and which news are you not going to spread. Which news are you going to just let die in the wind? And you remember, and this is one of the things that drove me nuts. You guys remember when the SEC put out that commercial that Jeopardy commercial and like what should you buy? Do you remember that? And then everybody went nuts and they blew it up like crazy on Twitter. And I was like, no, no, stop doing that, guys, because you're essentially what the SEC did there is they took AMC and they lumped it into this category called meme stocks. It's so bothersome to me. They lumped us into a category called meme stocks, and it's not that I have a problem specifically with a category for a specific group of stocks that are traded a certain kind of way. It's more of the idea that they start lumping in the bad ones in with us. Like they start throwing in things that are not meme stocks, and they're saying like, oh, this is also we'll just go ahead and call this one a meme stock too, but it's not. You know, so you got all these non-meme stocks getting thrown in there. And when terrible things happen to the investors who are part of those particular plays, and they're not meme stocks, then you end up having this like negative connotation to meme stocks being created over time. So I don't like that like category of meme stocks. But anyways, SEC lumped us into this meme stock thing in this category. Starts throwing out this negative idea that like if you're investing in meme stocks, that's not the way to go. And they spent money on making this. And what did we do? We went out there and pumped the crap out of their own advertisement to the world. We were responsible for propagating that terrible, terrible commercial and making it seen by tons and tons of people. When in actuality, what we could have done is just completely ignored it and shut it off. Just killed it right where it was by not even spreading it around. You guys have that ability, believe it or not. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. It is time to take a look at the numbers. It's actually past time. Richard says, could we do a poll to see how many are on the A-list? Absolutely. I'll do that poll real quick here before we get into the numbers. That's actually kind of a cool poll. I wouldn't mind seeing. So let's see here. There we go. All right, the poll's out. Let's go ahead and take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with me taking you to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me go ahead and log into my own broker. So two-factor authentication, if you guys don't have it, it's really important to try and keep out people out of your accounts that shouldn't be in there. Also, if you do set up two-factor authentication, a lot of times they give you the ability to have a secondary device that can receive the code to get into your account. Not a bad idea to set that up as well in case something happens to your primary. You won't be locked out of your account trying to get in a panic. The other thing I'm asking people to do is start taking pictures or video of your portfolios daily, saving them someplace in a folder so in case something happens or changes, you'll notice the difference from a day-to-day basis. And you can question your broker about why it changed the way that it did, or maybe there's an error and they changed something incorrectly and it shouldn't be the way that it is. So know what it is that you hold and verify it and have that proof. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for the day today. In regards to price prediction tally points, everybody's got 2 points going into Wednesday. Happy Hump Day, by the way. Hump Day! I feel so dumb saying that. My wife thinks it's funny, but let's see here. Wait, speaking of my wife, I think she sent me a text. 1 second here. I got to read this real fast. I noticed it when I was looking on. Oh, she was laughing at a meme I sent her earlier. Let's see. I've got 520 to 820 for the day today. Eric's got 5 to 8. Apex has 528 to 828, and Einstein has 519 to 819. Let's see here. Short exempt volume Day over day, 819.9 thousand shares for AMC. Ape was 208.3 thousand. Utilization 100% for AMC. Ape was 77.32%. Day over day price increase on AMC was a 13.19% increase in price, and Ape was 4.26. Max pain is $5 again today. And let's take a look at the off exchange amount. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and 10 to 11% going through EDGX. Right now, AMC has 54.19% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.17, grand total 67.36%, or about 14.36% higher than it should be. Or no, sorry, 13.36% higher than it should be. The CHX volume is only 0.01% with a 30-day average of 1.85, so no CHX volume as of yet. On Ape, we're at 51.93% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.38. The grand total is 59.31%, or 4.69 percent lower than it should. Or no, sorry, I said that completely wrong. It should be 54% right now. So we're up 5.31% higher than we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. On GME, CHX volume is 0.17% with a 30-day average of 0.26, so it's getting up there, but it's not really high yet. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning it was 134.239 million shares. It should still be this. No, it's down a little bit. Wait, is it down or up? Hold on a second. Yeah, it's down. It went from 134.239 to 134.202. Small drop. And taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far this morning in call contracts is coming in at a $5.50 strike, which is 50 cents up. No, it's not. Hold on a second here. What is it? It's it's 50 cents up from what it was yesterday on the strike, and we've got 8.3 thousand contracts so far. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike, which is where we ended at yesterday with 4.2, we'll call it 4.3 thousand contracts. There is a close runner-up at a $5 strike, though. So as of right now, the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5.5 on their bets on where price is going to close for the end of the day today. And we're currently at 508. Give me just a second here. I'm going to take you to the other page. Give you a little bit of nice, comforting music as I pull up a few other screens, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.55. We are getting that, again, I kind of compared this current move right now to what we've seen from the past. And I said that we would see a little bit of consolidation more than likely today, moving into maybe perhaps another price increase incoming. We are getting that current consolidation. We might see a push down to about 635. At some point here combined on AMC and Ape, but we're at 655 currently. The reason I say that is if you come over here and you look at the spot where we're on the map here, you can see after that somewhat of a run up, there was the consolidation, and then you have well, for the most part, it was just kind of consolidation that kind of was around the same point, but you got almost like a double bottom in here. So I'm looking for that double bottom on this consolidation, and you can see from where we ended yesterday, that's a little bit further down, retested 635 in here. So I would expect to see that maybe as a possibility, but then following it should be some upwards momentum again. Short share just to the well, actually, let me start with borrowed change amount. So far, having been reported this morning, we've got 190,000 shares having been borrowed. For AMC, that's going to cause the estimated short share interest to rise, or it should, but it didn't. It's at 25.04%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94. Average is 349.59, and max is 435.12. Those numbers are getting pretty high here. Taking a look at utilization, there's your day number 52 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. We're going to zoom in a little bit here. On loan amount increasing day over day by 920,000 shares from 198.46 million to 199.38. We did set a new all-time record here for shares on loan. This is the highest we've ever seen it today. Last record was set, I believe it was on the 27th, so 2 days ago. And because of the new shares going on loan there, Ortex has estimated that about 310,000 of that 920,000 was in new short interest. Ortex is showing that here with that increase in short share interest of the free float rising from 24.97 to 25.03. I guess it did go up by 0.01% with the 190,000 shares borrowed. My bad. I thought it was 25.04 earlier this morning. Maybe I was wrong. On loan average age per day, we have successfully triggered. One of the things that I had looked for the most here is when you have especially when you have an extended long period of time of downwards momentum on this on loan average age per day. When you see 2 days of upwards momentum, which we now have had happen, this is where I start saying, okay, from that bottom, you start counting 15 trading days, and you should start seeing a big price increase. I don't think that what happened yesterday would be part of that, because I mean it was too soon. it was too soon. I mean it could have been. But I tend to think that wasn't going to be that wasn't part of this. So I think that sometime between now and the 14th of April, we could see another big price increase incoming, and this may just be like a slight precursor. If you look back here, we did have this point in time where we started to have 2 different points where we had some upwards momentum, but it was only for 1 day. And I usually don't start the timer until we hit 2 days of upwards momentum after seeing a downtrend. So this could be the beginning portion. If we count how many days since the first one of those, it would be more than 15 days in here. But if we do it from the second one, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. So we could be on this point right here. Which means that there would be another little slight increase, and then I would say a bigger increase incoming. So we'll see. That kind of fits the idea of that pattern that we're kind of building right now on AMC and Ape combined too. Multiple increases in price moving upwards, stair-stepping action. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day, increasing from 3.58 million to 5.25 million shares. And then let's see here. We have 49,000 shares having been returned so far on Ape for the day today. That's going to not really impact the estimated short share interest of the free float all that much, which is at 5.53%. Cost to borrow min is 8.99, average 9.24, max 9.25. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here with utilization driving upwards day over day. From 76.94 to 77.32. On loan amount increased by 1.34 million shares from 76.94 to 77.32. Estimated short share interest, the free float rising because of that, from 5.51% to 5.53. And on loan average age per day did dip down again here from 51.74 to 51.36. Let's see here. Security lending volume. Day over day increasing from 1.38 million to 2.59 million. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. Let's see if AMC, Ape, or GME made this top 30 list for the day today. We should have some higher volume on AMC. We might make the list here. AMC is indeed on the list here. Look at that, guys. 59.37% buys to 40.63% sales. Less than 24 hours later, we're already back to a healthy buy-sell ratio, which is great. Love seeing that. That's really, really good information to know. I do not see GME or Ape on this list here, likely due to less volume. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day-to-day is at $4.64. There are 0 shares available at this point in time. They did borrow the additional 40,000 shares that they had from earlier. And I think we were at 30, so we're about 70,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. I normally only do increments of 50, but I'm just going to track it because I don't feel like rounding later. Fees have dropped from 281.7% to 247.8%, and then now that we have 0 shares available left to borrow again, they'll probably start rising back up. Out of the money calls, we have 129.9 thousand contracts, 72.4 thousand contracts that are in the money, 147.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, versus 38.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. This is going to get really dangerous. Without having any shares to borrow, they're going to have to close out a lot of positions in order to make shares available to borrow. If some of these in the money contracts actually are purchased or exercised, then we may see, a stress on failure to delivers, which, obviously is further down the road that we would see a benefit from that. But taking a look at the market, how are we looking here? NASDAQ is up 1.36, Dow Jones is up 0.66, S&P 500 is up 1.02. We have 4,468 advancers to 1,783 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease this morning because it's looking hot, tasty, and tempting. Banks, who are our big movers? Anything plus or minus 3% I'll call out. FRC is up 4.59. Coinbase up 6.93. Let's see, who else? That's it. Only 2 are red. Silvergate and PacWest are the ones that I'm looking at. Mortgage-backed securities, I've got Ethereum Classic up 2.61. DXY is up 0.13. Not getting that break out of our descending parallel channel here just yet, but we are finding some support at about 102.46 here, where we've seen some, I think, yeah, I had levels of support from the past that was drawn out like this might be the breakout point here. So we could see DXY breaking upwards here within the next, I'd say 1 to 2 trading days tops from now. WTI or oil is up 2.69. Mortgage-backed securities from BlackRock and Vanguard are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.22, and SPY up 1.05. Unusual to see DXY up right now with the market being up as well. Kind of odd. VIX is down 3.66. VBR is up 0.88. VB is up 0.97. Tesla is up 1.09. Amazon is up 2.55. Cinemark is up 1.5. Doge is up 2.87. Bitcoin is up 4.54. GME is up 1.84. HYMC is down 7.67. Hood is up 3.57. Ape is up 1.94. And AMC is down 1.55. Let me just check something really quick here. I want to see SPY at 399. Okay, so it hasn't broken 400. It hit 400, but it hasn't broken it yet, really. Let's see here. I'm looking to see a hard rejection off of 400 again. On AMC, there is approximately $900,000 more outflow than inflow for the day-to-day. 10.01 million shares traded so far after 53 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 73.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 40 and 60 million. Looks like that prediction's looking pretty strong right now. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 65.93, which is, why is this showing up like this? Give me 1 second here, guys. I gotta see what's going on with these settings. Why are there settings like that? It's so annoying to have the limits outshowing the actual. I don't get it. Let's try that. There we go. Guess it matters which order you put them in at. 66.52 is RSI now, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.54, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, a little bit of whipsaw going on ever since market open this morning. But currently, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure in RSI of 45.66, which is slightly below average. So we're getting good consolidation right now on AMC. On Ape, we've got about 200,000 almost more inflow than outflow. 3.47 million shares traded so far after 55 minutes worth of trading puts us at about 24.6 million shares traded for Ape by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're definitely inside that pace. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.26, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's way more selling pressure than buying pressure right now. And RSI is at, and this is a 1-hour time interval, so RSI is at 57.36, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.61, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.54, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval. And getting rid of the rest. Well, I'm gonna keep this 1-hour chart here for just a second while I show you guys. Oh shoot, I moved it. This is a box that I had drawn up here that I've just moved down so we could watch clearly where price is moving to. But I kind of feel like there's an opportunity for a breakout of a technical wedge signal that I saw a day or two ago. I'm not sure exactly when it was I saw it, but I'm kind of expecting to see a breakout here to the top side, especially with rising price and rising volume. But on the 1-hour chart here, you can see that the futures are showing some downwards momentum coming. Technically, though, on Ichimoto, you've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base, but you've got price all over the baseline. And that's not usually a good sign, but the thing is it hasn't really had a chance. Price hasn't had a chance to get above the conversion line ever since it broke through the cloud. So until we get a candle that's actually above the conversion, I'm not really sure. I mean, this is not really clear as to which direction this is going to go. Normally, if I were to look at this from a technical indicator standpoint, I would say this was never even a buy signal as of yet, because you got to get that price above the conversion. So it could become a buy if price remains above $1.47 within the next hour or so. So, but the key target point that I've got is 158 for the day, because this lagging line has to drive over this price line before the end of the day today. 158 is going to be the value that we're going to need to close the day out to see continued buying pressure on Ape. That's by the end of the day, 158. On a 4-hour chart, you have lagging line right at price line, right here. It's getting ready to break through price line, and we've got conversion and base are nearly identical. Base is just slightly a fraction of a hair lower. Price is getting ready to go into this uncertainty period of time where the red cloud is. When you get breakthroughs through thicker portions of clouds, price does tend to move more quickly. And it's only going to take 10 cents from getting from 158 to 168 where the top of this cloud is here. So if we get that buying pressure at 158, 10 more cents is fully possible. And seeing a drive to 168 and then getting more additional buying pressure coming in would surely be likely, and would also fit the pattern of breaking out of this wedge that I've got here. It's pretty long wedge here. And we're really close to the end of this this pattern. On AMC on a 1-hour time interval, I've got see this actually price did break above the conversion line, and this is your first test of the conversion line right here. Right here in the aftermarket hours is your first test. Now, normally what I tend to see have happen on Ichimoto is the first test doesn't always break through and touch the base. It's usually the second one. So we may see some consolidation in here, driving back up again, and then you'll see it retesting later down the road the conversion line, and that'll be when it'll break through the base and start heading downwards. Again, on the 1-hour chart here, I've got this box that I drew out where I felt like there was going to be a potential break in price to the top side here and potentially breaking a wedge as well. It's not, I think this wedge is showing up on a 4-hour chart though. Yep, right there. So the wedge that was supposed to be broken was today. We broke it. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can get rid of, it's going to get rid of everything. The wedge is right here. It's the smaller wedge right down here, and it's really difficult to see because of all my lines, but I'm going to go ahead and delete this box out now because we broke a day earlier than I would have expected. The much larger wedge I've got a break for down here. So I'm seeing some more upwards momentum coming, perhaps testing off the top side of this thing, probably coming back down a little bit at some point, and then breaking out maybe in the future. But on a 1-hour cloud for Ichimoto, oops. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base, but price is come down and is in between conversion and base. We need to get price back above conversion. Right now, that's 518. And so I've got 520 as the number that I want to see us close by the end of the day because we got to get this lagging line above, well, actually, we got to get it above 550. 520 is what I got marked down for the 4-hour chart. 550 is what I've got written down for the 1-hour chart. Before the end of the day, we got to hit 550, or else it's going to become a pretty big sell signal because we've got green thin cloud coming in the near future. If we go to a 4-hour chart over here, you can see this is why I said 520. Staying above 520 keeps the conversion above base and would cause price to be outside the cloud and would make it look like a really strong buy on the 4-hour cloud. So for one of the few rare times that you see it, the 4-hour cloud actually has a lower buy point than the 1-hour cloud. We'll probably see a test on the conversion at about $5 on this chart at some point, which may already actually be this point in time right now. And then maybe after this hour is over, we may see towards the end of the day that push that we need to have to get above 509 by the end of the day. Alrighty, I think that's all I got for you guys. It's a lot. Last night I was in a space call. I was in Ape Radio space call, and I passed out. I passed out in there just listening. Sometimes this stuff, I don't know, streaming takes it out of me. Some days are worse than others, but I'm sure the endorphin rush from probably the price movement yesterday was probably what it was that got me, but it happens, you know. And so I just passed out listening to those guys. Dana, I was joking around the other day. Let me show you guys something. This is really funny. I think I meant to show you guys this. This is an amazing idea. I don't know if this idea was brought up, or I'm sure this had to have been brought up. But there's no way I came up with this first. Somebody else had to have come up with this idea. But let me show you something I thought was kind of funny. You said game. You kind of said the can't stop, won't stop. Watch. I'm gonna show you something. Let me find my tweet here real quick. Oh, I know where it's at. It's over here. Here, and there we go. So this, I don't know why. You know, I know Google just sometimes posts in pictures when there's no picture to be posted in. So I have no idea why this happened the way that it did, but Benzinga posted up this article that says, looking at GameStop's recent unusual options activity, which has nothing to do with weed. But you got a guy over here with tongs and some weed on here, and I was like, oh my gosh. If GameStop turned into, like, in the states where it's legalized, if GameStop decided to go the route of becoming a dispensary, can you imagine how much money they could make if they, I mean, gaming and weed almost goes like hand in hand. I can't think of like a more profitable venture than them going towards moving to that. And it was really funny because when you wrote "Can't Stop, Won't Stop," Dana, what made me think of was their new slogan. It won't be "Can't Stop, Won't Stop, GameStop." It'll be "Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Smoke Shop." It's like a perfect. It's like their perfect. Yeah, weed stop. Yeah, that's another good one. There's so many possibilities, Abby. I mean, yours is actually even better than mine. I like yours, weed stop. I said smoke shop. Or another one that I had too was vape shop. You could have can't stop, won't stop, vape shop. There's so many weed stop. Yeah, there's so many options, right? It's like the perfect. I can't even think of a better of a better slogan like they could have had to go with this. And I'm sitting there, and yeah, they could sell popcorn too. They could do like a special brand of our popcorn selling in their stores. It would be like the perfect pot stop. Pot stop's all right, Tanner. It's not bad. I like some of the other ones better, but yeah, I mean, it's just like I can't even imagine like this had to have been thought of, right? Like, tell me they didn't think of this already. This had to have been somebody out there had to have thought of that. I doubt that we're getting some high levels of volume and downwards momentum and pressure on price right now. We're at 491 on AMC, moving down. We're down 4.63%. I thought the dive for the 10% trigger point would be tomorrow, but maybe they're going to go for it today. But some people that I talked to about that whole fun idea about weed stop or smoke shop or whatever said that like converting their stores, like when you put gaming and kids and pot all together, not a good idea. And so I said, well, what if you did like, way back in the day where you had like, the video shop store days back when they had like that back room for, like the X films and like the kids they weren't supposed to go back there. And maybe you could do like a sectioned off portion of the store for the weed part of it, and then still have like the gaming portion separate from the weed. But I know there's still be so many people who would be upset by that. But man, I'm telling you right now, I really truly and honestly believe that. Yeah, see, look, Javi the Great says, "Well, I wouldn't take my kiddos there no more." I, I know. The parents in us, Javi, are going like, "Ooh, bad idea." But the weed lovers out there, might not be. They might see that and be like, "Hey, that's a hell of a good idea." I mean, think about it this way though, Javi. Are the kids still going to GameStop these days? Are they? Are they really going there? Or are they just? I feel like my kids, and I don't know about your kids, but my kids are just buying stuff online now. They don't want to go. They don't care about. The only time Seth ever asked to go to the store for GameStop is to pick up Pokemon cards. That's it. That's the only reason he wants to go there is to pick up some Pokemon cards. And it's like, you know what? I don't feel like this younger generation goes to GameStop to shop for games anymore. I think it's the adults that goes there. So if it's the adults that are going there, and I mean they really need to do kind of like a check. Whenever I go into the store, guys, I very rarely see kids in the stores anymore. I see mainly adults. So if you're only going to have adults in the store anyways, change your business model. Of course, it's only going to work in some states, but they could probably make a killing. Myself says, what about instead of a food truck, you have a weed truck driving around in cities and you can sell all types of different drugs under the table? Yeah, we're going to have problems. Dana says the kids can give their parents a list. Absolutely. Absolutely. MCon says, what were predictions for the day today? I actually was going for, I started off with $5 for AMC, but then I moved up to 517 just based off a little bit of information. But I've got 517. Well, I got 670 combined, plus or minus a buck 50. So I'm doing 520 to 820. Eric's doing 5 to 8. Apex has got 528 to 828, and Einstein has 519 to 819. Ari the Lion says, I'm opening up a chain of food trucks outside the new weed stop. You make a killing, especially if they're allowed to smoke in the weed stop. Man, can you imagine? What if they turned it into like an actual if they turned them into gaming smoke shops where you could go in there and like the whole place is just like hot boxed. The whole place is hot boxed with gamers playing, and then oh my gosh, dude, you'd be raking if you mixed in. Oh my gosh, you just get like a contact high from just going in there. Oh man, it'd be imagine the business. Escobar, I don't think I've seen the name before, says hot box with hot cotch. uh, have you just been lurking, Escobar? Or did you change your? I haven't seen the name before, or maybe I just don't recognize it. But thank you for that. It's a good laugh there. Casey, why this sudden increase in volume and selling pressure? Hmm. Well, I know there's always going to be some. You're always going to have. Did we hit a trigger point? And I would say you probably have stop loss triggering for anybody who would have bought in on the run up. Any short term investors that would have bought up on the run up here would have probably got a stop loss triggered about $5. And let's see, where did volume start picking up at? It started picking. Volume started picking up the most right about here, which is 493 ish. Is that right? Yeah, so there may have been some stop loss numbers for some short term investors. Why do we still have Ichimoto up here? There we go. That would be my guess. Myself says, but junkies never have money, Casey. I totally maybe junkies, but the problem is that potheads do have money. There's a big difference between junkies, or at least what I would label a junkie versus a pothead, and potheads oftentimes do have money, or at least enough money. I mean, they could, Lucas. I was expecting SSR tomorrow, but I mean, maybe they'll shoot for it today. I don't know. It's at 463. If you see a hard push for it, I would say usually when you see SSR getting tripped, typically it's because usually you see the price moving down on low volume, not high volume. So this little burp right here in high volume as price was moving down was probably a real sell-off, but it was probably more or less from very short-term investors who got in real quick on a run up and were like, okay, I made enough, I'm out. Myself says I didn't have money when I was a pothead. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I guess maybe I guess I don't know. I always did. I would never say that I was a pothead though. I was never. I was never that involved in it too much. Chat says I smoke every day and I run my own store front. Weed is not crack. I agree, chat. I totally agree. You're not. I know where you're going, man. Potheads are not crackheads. It's not the same group of people. Maccabee says, "Let's go, chat." And chat, if I'm saying your name wrong, Hayden, why did you delete those? Why did you delete those, Hayden? Hold on a second, chat. I think Hayden might have his phone in his pocket here. Casey just realized his mom is listening. No, my mom knows. We won't. We won't talk about. We don't talk about my mom. Oh man. He just said XXXX. He didn't say how many. That could have been 10.00. Dr. Zena says, "Yeah, shit, man. I'm working on some medical records right now, and I'm half baked." Oh, jeez. I don't even want to know. Yeah, I'm okay with X's, Hayden. I'm alright with that. Some people who don't use cannabis have such a strong misconception. Yeah. But I would also say too, Brandon, that having done pot in my time, way back in the day, it can be addictive. It can be addictive, but it's not nearly as bad. I mean, I think alcohol is probably worse. So, in regards to, addictive drugs out there, I think alcohol is way worse. But it does have, it can play a role in an individual becoming out of control or not being in control with their surrounding their life, what's happening around them. It's not nearly as bad. It looks like they are going to go for the 635 here, guys. 4.83 right now, down 6.02%. It looks like I guess today's going to be the SSR data then. I really thought that would be tomorrow. What was the value that I said a little while ago on that double dip down? Hold on, let me look at it real quick here. Double dip down in price between AMC and Ape was supposed to be. Yeah, we surpassed it. It was 635 combined. We surpassed it. We're at 631. BioLife Hemp says, I can say owning a CBD store, the different people that come into the store to buy bud is crazy. I even have a prosecuting attorney for the state that comes in and buys. Yeah, pot is definitely addictive. I agree. I've had, I want to say I've had like maybe 2 instances in my lifetime where I let kind of pot kind of like rule my life. And I had to kind of like just say like enough is enough, and um, I'm not going to let that control me. But in moderation, I don't have any problem with it. Like I don't see anything wrong with it at all. But you just have to kind of be an adult about it. When is it impacting you? Is it Is it something that you can't control because it's like you can't wait for that next high or whatever, you know? If you're feeling like that, that's it's probably not a good thing. You know, you might be addicted if you can't wait for that next time. Well, let's talk about what pot isn't. I'll throw this out. Do you want to smoke out with a pilot and see that him at the airport the next day? That's what. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that actually, Hayden. If it's literally the next day and he's not still high anymore, like it shouldn't change anything. I wouldn't have a problem having a pilot who'd smoked out the day before. Now, if you're talking about smoking out the same day, now I got problems. But I wouldn't care if he smoked out the day before. Yeah, but so there's a big difference though myself on what I consider to be a pothead versus what I was doing. For me, when I say I was letting it rule my life, it was to the point to where I couldn't, you know, I couldn't wait to have that next high. And if somebody asked, well, how much pot were you smoking at the time when when you felt like that? I would say, I don't know, like a bowl a day. And then people would laugh at me, right? If I said I was smoking a bowl a day and that I felt like it was controlling my life, people would laugh at the idea of one bowl because that's not a pothead. A pothead's somebody who smokes like bricks of weed a week. There's a big difference. So as far as tolerance goes, you know, like if I'm the kind of person who has is easily addicted to things, it means a big difference between, you know. But I wasn't a pothead by any means. You know, I could buy a bag of weed for 20, $40, however much it was back in those days, and it would take me a month to go through a baggie. I'm like an entire month it would take me to get through like the weed would be going stale before I ever got through it. So I wasn't a pothead. It's just that I can't, you know, I have a very addictive personality, and so I can't allow it to control my life. I have to exert control over it, or else I can go over the edge. Chat says, "Oh my God, a brick a week? Hell no." I was being a little, I was exaggerating, obviously a bit. Point Break Thor says, just like anything else in life, weed, alcohol, etc., has different impacts on different people. Yeah. So you can let something control your life, but not necessarily be considered a pothead by everybody else. Foo Dog says phones are way more addictive. You know, there's some truth to that, Foo Dog. Putting your phone down and just, you know, living life without your phone for a week is exhilarating. All right, myself. Sounds good. We'll do that. GME and Son, is that now? Is this a rumor, Lucas, or is this coming out in the 10K? Because I heard they were putting out their 10. I think it was their 10K today, right? Ari the Lion says AMC is your bull now. I mean, with my kind of personality, Ari, you're not far from the truth. It really is. With ADD, it's like I get to pick and choose what my addiction's going to be, and so I can either choose to have productive addictions or I can choose to have destructive addictions. And so I choose to have productive addictions because, well, sometimes, but I'd rather have productive addictions because it allows me to be more successful. And but yeah, I would agree with you. I would tend to agree. Rich says I'm 100% in control of my life and happy with the amount I smoke, but I'm definitely considered a pothead by most. I used to know this guy in Oregon. He was one of my well, no, I don't think he was a senior engineer. Maybe he was. I'm gonna go with no, he wasn't. But he was an engineer, one of the engineers that I worked with in Oregon, and the dude was really cool guy, really really smart guy too. He was at the time he was going for his master's in physics, and I don't remember exactly how it went down, but he invited me over to his house, and I went over there to hang out, and he was actually growing weed, like had a full on room and everything, like just, and this is way back in the day when it was highly illegal. This would have been like 1999-ish time frame. Oregon made it legal, I think, not too far long after, but it was definitely illegal at the time. And I was like, dude, I'm like, you're gonna get in so much trouble if you get caught growing weed like this in your house. I'm like, this is so much. Like, what the hell are you doing with this? And he's like, well, I sell it, I deal it, and I smoke it, and like everything. And I'm like, how much do you smoke? And I don't remember how much it was that he smoked, but it was an ungodly amount of weed that he was smoking daily, like just nonstop. Always, he was lit at work. He was just lit up all the time. And I was like, how in the world are you able to function like you do and still smoke all that? I'm like, what's going on there? And he's like, well, I was actually diagnosed with um, schizophrenia, and they had me on all kinds of crazy medications, and I started self-medicating with marijuana, and now I have no problems whatsoever. And I basically just I function by smoking. And I was like, because the guy was completely normal. There was nothing wrong with him. He completely functioned perfectly on weed, and he was constantly high. And like, I mean, this guy was one of those ones where you would hand him like a Rubik's cube, and he could solve it in less than a minute, kind of persons. Like he's really smart, intelligent guy. I mean, I know it's just kind of a parlor trick, but um, it's knowing algorithms. But uh, the dude was really smart, really really smart. And I definitely it was a firm. Oh, and the other part too was is I'm like, if you get in trouble with, he actually told me a very similar story. He's like, are you kidding me? I'm selling to the DA here in the city that we were living in. And I was like, what? You're selling to the DA here? And and he's like, yeah. Even the cops, some of the cops are buying from me too. And I was like, wow. So that was really kind of crazy to find out. Casey, have you met Boss Blunts? Not. We've never actually had a physical phone call together. We've had a lot of correspondence. But I was quite impressed. On my visit to his house, he showed me how to properly make weed cookies, which he was infusing THC into the butter through cheesecloth, and making he was making in the he would basically melt the butter and then pour the butter over the weed to extract the THC. And then he was like telling me like he was telling me like all the chemical interactions that were occurring, because he was saying how butter latches onto THC because it's missing the molecule that it needs. So it sucks the THC basically into the butter. And he was going into all kinds of like chemistry type stuff. And anyways, he's like, but then you basically just melt it all and you put it through the cheesecloth that goes into the jar. You throw the jar in the freezer or the fridge or whatever and let it harden back up and then you got yourself a block full of butter of THC butter, and then you use that butter to cook into brownies. And I was like, my whole life, my entire existence of my life at that point, my thought was is you literally just mixed weed into your brownies. I had no idea. I'd never made weed brownies before in my life, and so I had no idea how it was made. He laughed at that too. You guys will probably laugh at me. I had no idea. I just thought I don't know. You just mix it up in the batch and throw it in there. I don't know. Doug says, while we're on health issues, Casey, don't you think you should get yourself moving during the day? I work out a lot listening to your channel. I was thinking you should be bring us on a walk or something. I do, Doug, and that's actually probably one of the things that I want to change in my life. So I agree with you. I just got to get myself there in the right mindset to do it. Steven says, did we drop because of the 10K shares borrowed or because Amazon backed out of buying AMC? No, I think you saw some stop losses being hit there. I think there was probably any retail investors that would have purchased over that run that we had yesterday probably had stop losses at around that 495 range-ish because I mean we had a lot of volume kind of kicking in at 492 or it might even been a little bit higher. So you probably had a little bit of selling going on there. We'll find out here in a minute. We'll take a look because it is time to do the numbers. We'll take a look at the numbers and see what the buy sell ratio is on our orders. See if the sell ratio didn't kick up a little. Nope, never had weed butter on my popcorn. I don't do that kind of stuff, guys. I just don't. Casey could walk and talk to squirrels in a park somewhere. You guys just want me to go on the road. What is this, some kind of road show? Come on, guys. I'm not doing that. Let's take a look at these numbers because I'm a numbers guy right now. Let's work on those. I'll work on my health later. We'll get there. Maybe I'll start a get in shape, Ape in Shape channel after this is all over, and then we can all get in shape together. Maybe we can do that, and then I'll take you all over the place. What do you guys think? Sound like Ape in Shape? Let's do that. Take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I got to read one more thing that Kokomo Joe says. Walking on a treadmill in front of a screen while eating brownies laced with some kush. Yep. That's not going to happen. We want you walking the street. Pro Jeweler wants to be my tour manager. Yeah, sure, okay. All right, let's look at these numbers, guys. Here we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 59 or 60% total. 49% on off exchanges and 11 to 12% through EDGX. On AMC, we've got off exchange at 56.68%. EDGX is 11.92. Combined total 68.6% or 8.6% more than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX daily volume percentage is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 1.84, so it's definitely low right now. On Ape, we have 51.53% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 8.68. Add. Which is 60.21% or almost dang near exactly what it should be. And CHX, or what's normal, CHX volume is non-existent. On GME, 43.2. Sorry, CHX volume on GME is 0.2% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 0.26. So it's definitely climbing. Taking a look at AMC on Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 190,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 349,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float by 0.01% to 25.05. Cost to borrow min is at 7.94, average 349.7, and max is 435.12. Shares on loan broke a new record for the day today at 199.38 million shares, with 920,000 shares on loan day over day. Ortex estimating that about 310,000 of those were in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 49,000 shares having been borrowed or returned. It's now 50,000 shares. Not much of a change there. Leaving that short share interest, the free float at 5.53%. Cost per min is 8.99, averaged 9.24, and max 9.25. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.34 million shares to 26.85 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options is at a call strike price an hour ago of $5.50 with 8.3 thousand contracts. It's now dropped down to $5 with 15.3 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was an hour ago with 4.3 thousand contracts and has increased to 9.2 thousand contracts. Just noting there are in the money puts purchased right now, a pretty large sum at $5 strike with 8.1 thousand contracts currently. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.39, which is, it looks like we did break down just slightly. I was recommending that earlier this morning. I said we might see a dip down to about 635 combined and finding support there. We did break down just a tad bit lower than that. Not a whole lot. Just a tad, about, it says 631. So we got down to 631. I guess I could have just done this too. 631 was the combined that we got to. Seeing a little bit of support there coming back up. Very, very, very similar to what we saw way back here. Price had its first big run up right here. You saw this kind of like consolidation. I think this is the one. Oh no, maybe this is it right here. Hold on a second. I gotta zoom out and see what these look like side by side. Let's see. We got the first run up, second run. We're this one right here. So in this period of time right in here, there was some consolidation and price did push down to a secondary dipping point that was a little bit lower, but there was mainly some support right around here. You can see there's a support line around $7.60 where it did dip down temporarily below that, but then rose really quickly later on. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now on this whole pattern structure. So we're kind of seeing that same kind of price movement right now. So I think we'll see another run back up here, and I think this is just simply cooling off RSI, and it's probably getting rid of some paper hands as well, right? Like they need to get some investors to drop back out again, free up some more shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list earlier and almost had a 60-40 buy-sell ratio. It was just a little bit under at 59 and some change. Let's see if it's not worse now. Maybe we'll see some of the sell orders kicking in. Actually, it got better. We have a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio right now on AMC exactly. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what happens in the next hour. Maybe it'll drop down a little bit. But I mean, this is the bare minimum that I like to see. There is some selling going on right now, but there's more buying than there is selling. So there's got to be some selling going on. It's just not I don't think it's a mass quantity. And of course, they're going to push those sell orders to the lit market. and then hold the buy orders to scalp. SSR trigger price is at $4.64. Shares available to borrow is 0. No change in the last hour. We saw about 70,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. I forgot, SSR is 464 for AMC. Ape is 1.323. Market is up 1.1. Dow Jones is up 0.58. S&P 500 is up 0.9. We have 4,040 advancers to 2,245 decliners. The market is more declining right now than it was an hour ago, and not cooking with bacon grease anymore. So it is starting to get a little bit of a turnaround here. Some of the banks, big movers, I'm only looking for change by plus or minus 3% or greater. I've got CS is up 3.25. SI is down 4.96. FRC is up 3.48. Coinbase is up 4.35. Let's see here. That's about it. The only two red ones are Charles Schwab and Silvergate. Ethereum Classic is up 2.04%. If you guys want to know where we're at on the cycle for following Ethereum Classic, I would suggest that we're probably in this section right here. We're probably seeing this movement right here, and then we should see this in the coming days, and then you'll see this is where I think SSR is going to trip in here. Somewhere in here, you're going to have like a big move, a big one-day move down that trips SSR. DXY is up 0.29 for the day, which is like I was saying earlier, it's odd to see DXY up and then the market down, or up also, I mean. And I think we're getting ready. I think we're consolidating. I think there's a very good chance that within the next day or two that we're going to break DXY going upwards. I think 102 might have been a stopping point here. I do think this is going to trend upwards. I think there's some level support here for the US dollar at $1.02.5. WTI or oil is up 1.49% for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.35 to 0.48. SPY is up 0.91. VIX is down 3.2. VBR is up 0.53. VB is up 0.61. Tesla is up 1.21. Amazon is up 2.05. Cinemark is up 1.35. Doge is up 2.02. Bitcoin is up 3.94 at 28.3K a coin. GME is down 0.93. HYMC is down 4.47. Hood is up 4.09. Ape is up 0.68. And AMC is down 5.63. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $2.5 million more outflow than inflow for the day. 16.16 million shares traded so far after 102 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 61.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 40 and 60 million. I think we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 55.89. That's cooled off quite a bit on that 4-hour chart. So from where we were seeing it earlier at market open when it was signaling overbought. And now we're only just slightly above average at 56.32. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI at 46.39, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.2, which is slightly below, but that's below average. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.86, which is almost signaling oversold. It's very below average. On Ape, we have approximately $250,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.93 million shares traded so far after 104 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace for 18.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I think that's going to hold. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 52.52, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI at 54.2, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.47, which is slightly below average. Let's see here. Hmm. I might be in a falling wedge here. The problem I've got with this falling wedge is that if they're going to drive price down to the point to where I would draw a box normally and say this is potential breakout point right here. It's so close already at that point to they're only like 10, little less than 10 cents away from breaking SSR or tripping SSR for the day to day that I would imagine that they would just go ahead and force push price down to that 463 range, trigger that, and then you would see probably a really hard drive. And let's see what time this starts at today. 12:18 is what I've got for the starting point for this box right here. I I have a feeling. Let me draw this. I got a feeling. I can't do it. I can't do falsetto anymore. This doing this live stream has absolutely ruined my voice. Let's see here. Stay in drawing mode. I want to draw. Let me draw. Where's my drawing? I know there was a drawing icon on here. Now I feel like it's gone. It's not letting me draw. All right, well, we'll just do this. Maybe we'll see some action like this. I don't know, just as a possibility. What did I just do? That is not what I wanted to do. Bastard. Something along the lines of that, maybe. I think we may see that like initial dip down outside this descending wedge here, like a really big push to just try and trip that SSR, at some point. And they may drag this out. They may drag it out to where they just really kind of just trade it inside this wedge right up until the very end here, because that would put us around 1 o'clock tripping SSR around that time frame. But because it really doesn't make sense tripping around noon Eastern. We don't typically see, I don't think, those big push downs, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out here. But this would be like my expected price movement. Um, we'll see what happens. We'll see if it follows that. And then on Ape, this thing's always just a crap. So the problem with Ape, guys, is that a lot of this trading is just not even. I mean, they're really more or less like the only time we ever get moves is if the market like actually forces it to move, like it did yesterday. But for the most part here, we're pretty much in like a let's just trade. They don't want to really do anything with price right now, so it's just not even moving. And from more or less, I would say it just typically trades very, very even across the day for the most part. So I don't know. There's no on-off switch here. I mean, we are kind of close to a potential breakout point here soon, but will it even break? I don't know. Christian. Hold on, maybe Christian needs to turn up the volume, or maybe you guys couldn't hear me. Kristen, is that Christian? It could have been I wasn't talking. More rumors. What's up with that? I don't even. I'd ask Militia Ape, but to be honest with you, like this is part of what I like. I just like ignore him. If there's gonna be people in our community who are gonna start fake rumors and stuff, like don't stop making them an issue. Make them go away. How do you make somebody go away? You just ignore them. You don't watch them anymore. You essentially what they call nowadays you cancel culture them, and you basically just disown them from the community and say like you're no longer welcome here. We don't want to have anything to do with you. All you do is create problems, and you don't watch. You don't watch because it doesn't matter. Sorry, Christian. I didn't know. I wasn't. I'm glad that your sound's working now. AMC orders are 3 times the size as usual, Food Dog says. If you take a look at the order sizes, I mean, usually they try to get order sizes under 60,000 shares a minute to be able to control prices as best as possible. And as it stands right now, I'd say the order sizes are under 60,000 shares a minute for the most part. So that's usually the time where you see price being manipulated the most. I'm not going to repeat it point break, Thor, but that made me laugh. Definitely made me laugh there. This will be nice if if the line that I created is inverted here. Maybe we'll get the action off the top instead, coming back down the middle, off the top, coming back down the middle. That would be nice because if we saw that, I would be more inclined to say that this would be the breakout point to the top side. So if we get the exact opposite of my sawtooth action that I've got going on here, downwards, and then the test for 4635, then and if it does the exact opposite of this and mirror images this, then more than likely we'll probably get that strong breakout to the top side. Or it could actually, dang, I hadn't even thought of this. It could go like this. Mm, and then hit down here. It could do that kind of a number too. The exact opposite, a mirror image of what it is that I'm showing, which would be more likely because that would have us pushing down towards tripping SSR in the later portion of the day around like 12:36. That seems more reasonable. We'll see. Dana's complaining she can't see her toes. Oh man, Dana hasn't been able to see her toes since she was since since she was a little girl. It's a rough life, Dana. I've had that problem before, but it's only because of my gut. It's not for the same reasons. Is Casey drawing balls again? No. Kokomo Joe says you're nah, man. Jay Portaggi, he's definitely fit. There's no way Jay's fat. Oh man. Since the summer I turned 12. You know what's funny? Well, it's not funny. You know what's sad? It's the exact opposite. It's funny to me. It's probably everybody else is gonna go like, "That's so sad, Casey." But I find humor in it. I have a treadmill I don't use. It's like literally sitting in the living room, and nobody uses the thing. It just sits there. And I told my wife when she bought it, I was like, because we bought the I want to call it Excite bike. What's it called? Pen, uh, the I can't even think of the name of the Peloton. We bought the Peloton first, and because I wanted to start riding again, and my wife was like, yeah, I'll do it with you, and so we bought the Peloton. I used it half a dozen times, maybe tops, and then it just sat there forever. And then my wife was like, well, maybe if we buy a treadmill, we'll be more inclined to start working out. And I'm like, why? Like, this is the problem I have with treadmills. Why in the world would anybody ever buy a treadmill where you can just run outside? You have free area, like especially if you don't live in a city. There's tons of area around you to go running all over the place, and it's beautiful and it's nice. And or maybe some places it's nice, maybe it's not nice where you're at, so it makes sense. But if it's nice outside and you can run outside, why in the world would you ever buy a treadmill? So and Austin is a nice place. And so it's funny to me that we would buy this treadmill because I knew it was never going to get used. And so it just sits there collecting dust. Yeah, black ice. I understand. I get that. Like, if weather permits you not to be able to run outside, a treadmill makes sense. I totally get it. But if it's not cold out and or not nasty and it's a nice day out, you should be running outside. There's no reason to be running on a treadmill if it's nice out. Besides, I don't know if those of you who do run on a treadmill, I hope you guys are running with it on an incline of at least 1.5%. I think it's 1.5. I have to go back and look at my. It's been a long time since I used to talk about that kind of stuff, but I think it was a 1.5% incline. You don't get mugged or shot on a treadmill. This is true. This is true. I mean, it's probably not always true. I bet there has been people who've been mugged and shot on a treadmill before, but probably far less often. K-Man says, actually, I can see where women would be scared to run outside alone, depending on where they live. This is true. I guess this is true. I have a very skewed perspective on this. So yeah, I guess I get it. I get that. We just don't have those problems here in Austin, though, guys. We really don't. We don't have any problems with. I mean, we do, but it's only for like a week or two every year with inclement weather. So here in Austin, um, everybody can run outside just fine. And we've got plenty of trails to run on. There's plenty of trails around lakes that you can run on. There's plenty of places to run where you don't have to be on roads. You're gonna get your leg run over by a pickup truck. Wait, what did I say? Uh-oh. Did I say something about that Excite bike? Did that get some people excited? Googling Excite bike. I couldn't think of what it was called. It was the first thing that popped into my head because of the way back in the days. It's like video games. It's like a video game on like it's virtual video gaming. So I was like, it's basically a Excite bike. Meredith says, for me, back problems. I can't walk or run on uneven surfaces. So Meredith, I don't. That's weird because I have scoliosis, really, really bad scoliosis, and I find that it hurts more for me to run on a treadmill than it does for me to run, and it's only because of the fact that I run differently on a treadmill than I do outside, and I feel like it's not as what's the word I'm looking for? Ergonomic. The ergonomics, I guess, maybe is harder on my back on a treadmill than it is outside. So it's kind of interesting that you would say that you find it the opposite. Yeah, no kidding, Lucas. It certainly did break to the top side there, didn't it? Yep, I'm in Austin, Texas. Well, I'm technically in Pflugerville, but nobody really knows where that's at. it's it might as well be Austin. K-Man says, switching gears, have you ever? Yeah, people recommended Kill Tony before to me, and I went out and started watching a few of his. I haven't actually gone to see a show, but I have seen it on YouTube. Belarkey says, Casey, I noticed stuff you draw, it does the opposite. Why? Because not always. I mean, I get a lot of the breakout boxes sometimes, but this one definitely jumped outside this wedge here for sure. But yeah, it sure did move the opposite. Well, Andrew, that's like our 1 week. Well, that was our 1 week in the year that we ever have any kind of inclement weather. So she just happened to pick like the worst week ever to come because that was that was the worst week. Preacher says, Casey, it depends on your running surface. Asphalt track is quite different to concrete. I actually prefer concrete. I know it's really hard on your legs, but concrete's one of the least impactful on my spine. That like if I run on concrete, sidewalks are probably one of the best places that I love to run because it doesn't hurt my back. Asphalt's supposed to be nicer on your legs. I've always preferred the asphalt has for some reason doesn't do it for me. I think part of the reason for it is that normally the asphalt on the close to the edge of the roads is usually slightly has a slight uh, uneven graded uh, portion to it because you're not going to be running where the cars drive, obviously, right? And so because there's an unevenness, it causes more back issues because you're wobbling as you run. You may not notice it, but it's just a little, it's just enough. That concrete makes it better. Way rather run on concrete than that having that just that fraction, a smidgen of a difference in the asphalt kind of like being graded towards the edge of the road there is enough to make me just buckle over in pain after the next day. Jabib says, is it possible that they're having a hard time pushing us back down to the low fours? I don't think so. I mean, there may not be a whole lot of shares to borrow to push price down, but I think when they're ready to move it, they'll move it. Nikki says, I like that YouTube doesn't have DMs. In a roundabout way, it kind of does have DMs, but you just have to know how to work your way around. Kind of, sort of. It's not really private, but you can find ways to message people if they have any videos at all. You can add them. I think you can add them on their own videos, and then it should show up as a notification. Yep, Kokomo, Joe, I agree. If they want price at a certain point, I mean, we saw it on that tweet that I posted out like just a couple weeks ago, right? I mean, they wanted to trip SSR really really bad one specific day, and what did they do? They literally in a 2 minute span of time dropped the price right down to what it is that they needed to get it to. Without any trouble whatsoever. There was like no resistance, nothing stopped it. This was on Ape. I don't remember what the date was back then. Does it show date on here? It doesn't show date. I tweeted this out on March 14th. March 14th, they took Ape from 211 down to 154, triggered SSR at 158, and immediately brought the price right back to where it was trading at. So, can they drop price at will whenever they want to whatever they want to? Absolutely. I wouldn't look at today's price movement and say by any means that they can't get there. If they want it there, they'll get it there. The Lucas says sometimes these live streams feel like stand-up comedy with audience participation. You gotta have fun, man. You gotta have fun, Lucas. Nikki says, I prefer to run outdoors than on treadmill, but I have a treadmill in the gym for winter months. Yeah. I ran in track, well, I did long jump, which I was terrible at. I did the 330 hurdles, and and apparently that's changed now. So apparently when I say 330 hurdles, everybody knows how old I am. Because it's no longer, I guess, the 330 hurdles. I guess it's just the 300 or something. I don't know. And then the other one that I ran was the 4x400. Oh, and just the 440. I think it was 440. Basically the quarter mile, whatever the quarter mile was. Uh, it basically allows the ability to be able to create short exempt volume legally, especially when there's low liquidity. So basically, it allows the creation of synthetic positions. So if they have a lot of high volume that's coming in and they need to fill those orders to make a market, then all they do is they just trip SSR and then they start making a market. Sammy Boy says, "Are we just at the mercy of the shorts? How do we get out of that?" It is the fundamentals. That is one of the ways that you get out of that. Well, Nana, I hope you don't sit on your butt all day. I hope you're doing something. Pretty sure you do. John says, I walk 3 miles every day during my lunch, coupled with keto with a cheat meal every 2 weeks. I love the 2 weeks part in there. I went from 260 to 185 from June to December. Now I am just maintaining. So keto is a great diet. Works really, really good. The cheat meal every 2 weeks is a great thing. Maintaining that lifestyle can sometimes be a little hard over time. You might want to start adding some carbs back in, especially if you can start exercising some more. And here's fat guy talking to you, right? You're going like, fat guy is talking to me about health. What the hell? But I would highly encourage adding some carbs back in and getting that exercise up, though. Don't uh, don't stay on that keto diet forever. Um, it's great that you lost you went from 260 to 185. That's good because you've now reduced the weight on your legs for working out. Now, if you can get those workouts to start getting the cardio in so that you can actually get out there and start burning off the calories, you can start adding carbs back into that diet again, and it's not going to be that bad for you. So, but of course, everything in moderation, right? You don't want to just throw tons of carbs right back into it again. So, but that's great, man. It's a great diet. It works really, really well. Um, Sometimes I tell people if you just want to cut 15 pounds almost right off the bat, all you got to do is just stop drinking soda. If you're drinking sodas all the time, just move to water. You'll lose like 15 or 20 pounds within a month. Joe says don't eat after 6 p.m. So my entire life, I've done intermittent fasting without even realizing it. And I used to get so much shit for this all the time, Joe. All the time. But I just listened to my body. And the intermittent fasting, it works for me. It works for me in regards to like just, I feel better when I do it. And I used to get it all the time. Oh, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and it's like, but I don't. If I'm not hungry, why am I eating it? Why do I have to eat breakfast? What if I don't eat breakfast and I have a small lunch and then a large dinner? You know, fist portion size lunch, no breakfast, and if my body can handle that and I'm okay, then there shouldn't be any problem. But for some reason, a lot of people we're always saying like, well, you got, it messes up um, your glucose cycle or something like that, or whatever it is that they're always saying. And I'm like, but I feel good though. And if I feel good, that should be the important part. Richard says, I eat once a day. It's kind of crazy. I find that eating once a large meal once a day and then maybe like a few small snacks throughout the day if I'm hungry works way better for me as a now that's this is coming from a person who's not working out at all right now. If I was working out and doing tons of exercise and stuff like that, I'd need to eat throughout the day. I really would. But this is coming from somebody who's not exercising. And so if I'm not exercising, there's no need for me to, my body's not burning huge amounts of calories. So why would I be trying to feed my body calories throughout the day if it's just slowly burning? Then there's not. And so you got to listen to your body. If your body's telling you you can maintain something, stick with it. Yeah. I mean, it just depends on your lifestyle, right? Like if you're doing exercise, I'm sitting here at a computer for like 9 hours a day, more than 9 hours a day. I'm sitting at a computer, right? There's no reason for me to be trying to pump my body with calories during those 9 hours when it's not exerting hardly any energy. But if I was outside working, if I was working, and walking 10,000 steps or whatever, that'd be a big difference. I would probably eat breakfast and lunch. I would add one thing to what it is that you're saying, Slider, because I agree with what it is that you're saying. Calories in, calories out is huge. But the other part of that is your body is like a gas tank, right? The fuel that you put into the tank makes a difference. If you put crap fuel into your engine, it's going to run like crap. So make sure that if you're going to be putting calories in, whatever the calories are, they need to be good calories, not necessarily bad calories because you want your engine to run good. So but I completely agree with what you're saying. And as far as calorie in, calorie out, I completely agree with that. Just throw in that one little extra step there of make sure that you're feeding that engine good uh, calories, right? Because it's the good calories that tend to make your engine just run better. You'll feel better. Sam says, morning bowl of candy. Lucas says, dude, I swear fast food gives you such little energy. It's tasty, but healthier food really makes you so much more energetic. Yep. Again, it's the quality of the food that you're feeding yourself. But yeah, no, you said fast food, so yeah. Papa Goose says you're not fat, you're just bulking right now. No, I'm fat. I'm, I'm I'm definitely fat right now, man. This is the fattest I've ever been in my whole life. And the sad part is that um when I was doing triathlons, I was about 205 pounds before I started that whole process of moving to become a triathlete. and I got myself down to 155 pounds. Best shape of my entire life at 155 pounds, and um, I swore that I would never get above 200 again. Obviously, I'm over 200 again, but it's all about priorities, right? How tall? 5'10". Doesn't matter though. It's still bad. So here's another one. Here's a fun one, guys. All right, here we go. I'm gonna show you guys something. This is you guys are gonna. This is Casey Bodynomics. Casey Bodynomics here. I want you guys to take your middle finger and your thumb. If you're right-handed, I want you to take your middle finger and your thumb, put them together so that you're. Hold on a second. This one. Put them together like this. All right. Take that. And what I want you to do is this. I want you to take. This is my right hand. I know it probably from the screen it probably looks like my left, but it's my right hand. So since I am right-handed, and I'm going to take it, and I'm going to wrap it around my wrist. Now, if you can touch all the way around, then you probably have an average size frame. Nikki says this sounds naughty. If you can overlap your fingers, then you probably have a smaller size frame. And if you can't touch at all, then you probably have a large size frame. Now, and I find that there's pretty much those three. You have those who can barely touch like this. You have those who can touch like that, and then you have those who can actually overlap. And I can't get it to overlap right now because I'm so big, but I can get it to touch still. And what I'm telling you here is that each one of those different body sizes, your bone, it's all about bone density. Your bone density can handle different amounts of weight. If you have a skinny frame size and you're overweight, then you're putting a lot of stress on your bones, a lot of stress. Or you have fat wrists. That's what it is. It's really, it could just be fat wrists, yeah. If you're way overweight, then yeah, that's going to be the problem. So, but there are people out there who have large bone structures, and there's nothing that they're going to be able to do to change that bone structure. They will always be, and those are going to be the people who probably in good shape will still have a BMI that's like horrific looking. Like it's always going to say that it's like they're like right on the top edge of being obese. But yet they may be in actually really good condition, and there's nothing wrong with them whatsoever. I hate BMI so much. BMI is like one of my most. I hate that BMI. Oh man, I hate it so much. But take into consideration your bone density. If you're small, if you have a small bone density or a small frame, then you probably don't want to. If you got a lot of weight on, not a good thing. It's going to be really hard on your body. But it means that you can probably get down in weight. Now, if you're discouraged out there, if you're one of those people who grabbed around your wrist and you couldn't even touch together, and you're not really heavy overweight, but maybe you get like BMI says you're obese or something like that, don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged by that, because I'm here to tell you that you just have a bigger bone frame, and you're going to pack on more weight because of that bone density. So don't be discouraged whenever you go in there and you get like a BMI from your doctor or something like that, and it comes back and it says that you're obese. If you're in good health and you're active and you're doing the things that you need to do to lose weight, don't be discouraged, please, because I have seen so many people be discouraged over obese numbers coming back from BMI, and completely just give up on getting into shape, because they're like, it doesn't matter what I do, no matter what I do, I still end up having a terrible BMI. And it's like, yeah, it's because it's a fucked up, it's a really messed up indicator for trying to tell you whether you're overweight or not. It is probably one of the worst indicators I've ever seen in my entire life. Now start moving up and down. Oh man, I hate BMIs with so much passion. I've seen so many people be discouraged by bad BMIs, and they're just big bone people, and there's not much they can do about that, you know. And it's like you can get in shape and still be healthy and have a large frame. Yep. And you know what? You know what's in a direct relationship to that, Lucas? Your bone density. You're going to have more fat mass and muscle mass attached to those bones if you have more bone density. It's just it's natural it's natural for your body to do that, right? And so BMI doesn't take into account for people who have larger frames. And it really it makes me so upset because I've seen so many people be discouraged by that when they get back their BMIs and they're like, oh, it says I'm overweight and I've done everything and I've worked so hard. Like that gentleman that was in here just a little bit ago that was talking about got it down to 185. You know, I bet you the gentleman who, or I think it was a gentleman, the gentleman that said 185 earlier. I'll bet you your BMI says you're overweight still, right? But there probably isn't. You're probably only about 10 pounds away from being normal. But it could be that you have an average or a large size frame, and if you do, then your BMI is always going to show that. It'll never be anything else unless you starve yourself, and you shouldn't do that. It's not good. John Four-Leaf Clover says BMI is a load of junk. I was a competitive lifter in my mid 20s with a six pack, and I was still considered obese on verge of extreme obesity. That's what I'm talking about. It's BMI it's a garbage. It's so garbage. I hate BMI with a passion. I hate it. Yucca Frida, your bone density, your frame size should match proportionally, right? So you're not going to get people who have proportions outside of whatever their proportions hold. So if that circumference of your middle finger and your thumb, you're going to have a long hand if you have a large frame size. Now think about for example, because I know we're going to probably go next with this, is think about, for example, like a basketball player with like huge hands. Do you think that they have a large frame? No, they don't. They're just big, but they don't have large frames at all. Their frame size is actually really small. It's a small frame for their body size. And so this is what I'm saying. Like you could fit a large frame inside that same body, and they'd look like a sumo wrestler, right? And so there's a difference. How big, how tall you are, how big your hands are, all that kind of stuff doesn't matter. It's about what your bone frame size is. It's your density that matters. Wrap your fingers around your wrist and hodl. Lucas says the CEO of UBS resigns, the bank that took over Credit Suisse. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That's interesting. You know what I like to say? The rats always know when to jump ship. The rats always know when to jump ship. Ariel, are you asking me? I actually used to track all that stuff. I never had, back in the day, we didn't have VO2 max tracked way back in the day. That was something you had to go get tested for. I think you still probably do. But I had all the resting heartbeat, percentage of body fat, vertical leap. I had all that stuff written down. I used to average around 38 to 45 on resting heartbeat in the mornings when I would take it. It just kind of depended on the day or what it was I ate the day before. You know, there's a little bit of range in there. So I would say 40, or 40 or 41, somewhere around there. And then it was funny because whenever I'd go into the doctor office, they would always they would um, be concerned at first when they would do my blood pressure, and then they would check my pulse. And when they would get my pulse, they'd be like, "Are you feeling lightheaded at all?" And I would be like, "No, I feel great." And then they'd look at me like, "You work out a lot, don't you? Physical triathlons, or they didn't say triathlons. They'd say you're endurance athlete, right?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." And they like, "Okay, that makes sense." But yeah, some 40 to 45 ish, right around there is usually where it was at. Percentage of body fat at the time was just over 6%. It was like 6.2, I think. I don't know what my VO2 max was. Vertical leap, I don't remember. That wasn't one I was really looking into very much. Uh, my running and biking didn't really. I remember trying it to see what it was, but I don't remember what it was though. Yucca says, Casey, what else are you going to teach us with our fingers? This one's for you, Yucca. This one's for you. Just one more thing. Oh man. Ariel says 40. Wow. Yeah, it was impressive, man. It was impressive. Those were the days. All right, all right. We got to get into numbers. I agree, Ariel. I totally agree. But that's why I'd always try to encourage people who are working out whenever they were looking at their BMI as a measurement. I was like, stop. Especially if they were getting discouraged that their BMI was too high and that they couldn't improve it. I would always encourage those people to stop looking at it and focus more on um, just feeling good. Not necessarily having to worry about some number. Yucca says, Casey, you now are my number one hero. I love you, full FOMO, Yucca. I'm sure that I'm the number one hero to you this the same way. Oh man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. See what we got going on here. Let me take you guys over the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see with what Yucca's flicking me right back off. But nobody else saw it though. Oh man. There you go. History. For history's sake, you just got the finger. Let's take a look at these numbers, see what we got going on. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys write until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns. By this time of the day, I would expect about 62% combined between off exchanges and EDGX. Right now on AMC, we have 60.2% going through off exchanges and 11.18% going through EDGX for a grand total 71.38%, which is 11.38% higher than it should be. Let's see here. CHX volume is 0.05 with a 30-day average of 1.83. So nothing unusual going on in CHX land. Off exchange for AMC or Ape is at 50.34, EDGX 9.49, grand totals 59.83%, or just about 60, which is where I would expect it to be by this time of the day. Nothing unusual happening there. Nothing going through CHX. Just a perfectly normal day on Ape. CHX volume for GME is at 0.14% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.26. Low. And let's see here. On AMC's Ortex data, as of an hour ago, there was 349,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 287,000 shares, so a little bit of shares returned. Let's see here. We've got short share interest of the free float 25.05, so it didn't really change at all. Cost per min's at 7.94, average is 349.7, and max is 435.12. Shares on loan is at a new high record for the day after having set it 2 days ago at 199.38 million shares on loan, which is 920,000 more shares on loan than we had yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 310,000 of those was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 50,000 shares having been returned. It's now 135,000 shares. That might slightly drop that estimated short share interest of the free float just a tad to 5.52%. Cost per min is at 8.99, average is 9.24, max is 9.25. Shares on loan is 26.85 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 1.34 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call options for the day today is at a $5 strike for right now. An hour ago, there was 15.3 thousand contracts. There's now 22.2. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 9.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 16.5. Market suggesting a closing price between AMC and Ape closing price on AMC somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. We are currently trading at a combined price of $6.41. We did hold support right around that 635 level that we had from earlier this morning that I had suggested we may see holding support for. However, if they do try to trip SSR before the end of the day is out on AMC, then I would expect to see that level of support being broken. But as of right now, it's held up. Orders by Fidelity customers. We had exactly a 60-40% buy to sell ratio on AMC as of an hour ago. Let's see what it changed to now. I would expect to see something different. I'm guessing this is going to drop down a little bit. At least I would think. Let's see what happens here. Oh man, my eyes. I rubbed my eye and it's just absolutely burning now. I hate that here in Texas. Like, once you rub your eye, it just starts burning. It's the allergies. It's the pollen in the air. AMC is still on the list here. We actually went up in our buy-sell ratio, 62.07% buys to 37.93% sell ratio. So we're moving up. We have less and less sellers as the day goes on here, which is kind of surprising. But I'm happy to see that it's been less than 24 hours and we already kind of removed ourselves from our paper hands. It's a pretty quick turnaround on that. SSR trips at $4.64 for AMC. For Ape, today it trips at 1.323. There are 0 shares available. No change in the last couple hours here. Let me just refresh this to make sure. Fees were last seen at 247.8%. Man, my eyes are stinging so bad. NASDAQ is up 1.3%. Dow Jones is up 0.68%. S&P 500 is up 1.03. We have 4,160 advancers to 2,178 decliners. The market's slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago, I think. Just slightly. We've got banks. I'm only looking for changes by up to 3% plus or minus in either direction. CS is up 4.03. Silvergate is down 7.21. The douche bank is up 3.01. FRC is up 3.91. Coinbase is up 3.11. Let's see here. That's it. So the only red one right now is Silvergate. Mortgage-backed securities are up 2.16. DXY, or the US dollar, up 0.33 on a day where we're also up on the market, which is very unusual. I'm expecting a breakout to the top side on this, which means we may see this the SPY only last up here for just a short period of time. WTI, or oil, is up 1.29%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.28 to 0.39, and we got the SPY up 1.01, just hovering right at 400. Doesn't want to break it. It wants to break it, but it's, what are we doing here on volume? Let's see, daily volume for right now volume's been decreasing as price has been increasing. And as of right now, we've got about 30 million shares having been traded on SPY after 159 minutes worth of trading, which means that we're on a pace for 73.58 million shares traded, and it's obviously going to come down. I would project maybe like 65 million by the end of the day. And then yesterday we had 62. I would say maybe 62 might be possible. So same volume as yesterday-ish by the end of the day on SPY. That volume's fallen on rising price. It's not good. VIX is down 4.26. No, Amazon shouldn't buy AMC or any other movie theater chain. Look, here's the news article already stating the other side. I didn't. Holy crap, man! I would give myself some credit on this, except for this was printed out at 6:56 this morning. So I mean, I gave the scenario this morning of somebody printing the other side of this news article. I'm sure way after this came out, but now you've got this. Now you're getting the stories already, the news stories of why it shouldn't move up in price. Oh, this is a bunch of BS, man. It's all a bunch of BS. It's all fake. It's all fake. VBR is up 0.61, VB is up 0.76, Tesla's up 1.78, Amazon is up 2.54, Cinemark is up 0.93, Doge is up 2.53, Bitcoin is up 4.05%, up at 28.3K a coin. GME is down 1.3, HYMC is down 5.28, Hood is up 4.61, Ape is up 0.34, and AMC is down 4.66. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is at approximately almost $200,000 more inflow than outflow. Oh no, nope. I was gonna say that doesn't look right. Something's not right there. I'm not clicked on AMC. Here we go. Inflow versus outflow. We have $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. Sorry about that. 19.46 million shares traded so far after 222 minutes worth of trading. Wait, that's not right. 162 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on pace for 46.84 million shares traded by the end of the day today. They are just kicking the nuts out of our volume for the day today. So I said somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So let me make sure I got my math right on this. 163. Yeah, 46.58 million. I just redid the math. It's a little bit higher, but I suggested 40 to 60 million shares. At this rate, if they keep kicking the volume in the nutsack like this, it's going to go down hard. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 59.03, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 48.67, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 43.08, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 46.28, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.98 million shares traded after 163 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I said somewhere between 5 and 25. Looks like we're on target. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 52.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and had a little whipsaw action going there. But currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 53.4, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 51.59, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, a divergence currently occurring with more selling pressure than buying pressure, and big time more selling pressure than buying pressure. And on our side, 45.7, which is slightly below average. We just got like a big tick right there on the sell side pressure. On that 5-minute indicator. We got a breakout to the top side a lot earlier than I would have anticipated from what I drew earlier. We're going to get rid of some of these lines here because it did not do anything like what I thought it might do. We did not see price working its way down this wedge here and finding support at $4.72 and potentially breaking up. It broke up to the top side way sooner. And let's get rid of the Bollinger Bands here for just a second. This just turned into a descending parallel channel, I think. Maybe. We'll see if it retests off this top here one more time. Oops. We'll see if this tests off the top here one more time. I'd like to see one more test on it before breakthrough, but I mean it very well could be a descending parallel channel. Which should be bullish. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Alrighty, I'm gonna wrap it up here and take a break. Let me put up my message. By the way, my wife asked me if I wanted to go on a lunch date, I think tomorrow or Friday. So I might take an extended lunch one of those 2 days, not sure when. Let's see. So Richard says you better bring us with you. No, I just leave the live stream going. She said lunch, and then she's like, that way you can get back in time for the end of the day, close out the day and everything. So I usually just leave the live stream running, and then let you all have at it. You know what? Tomorrow, because yesterday we had the bar testimony, I guess the housing and banking and whatever committee. Since there was the testimony that was going on yesterday, we played that, and I didn't do the back of the big tramp, and I really wanted to do that. But tomorrow we will do that. Hopefully, since I don't plan on going to lunch with her till like noonish, so I don't see why I can't get the back of the big tramp open for us to talk tomorrow. Thought about doing it this morning, but we kind of skated past that. B says price will go up while you're gone. Go to lunch. 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, and then we'll watch it go. Gaga Frida says happy hump day. I just pulled up Twitter for just a quick second, and the very first thing that I saw was finance a lot. I don't know. I think I follow. No, I'm not following this guy. I thought I was following him, but maybe not. But he put 10 depositors had 13.3 billion in SVB. That's why the FDIC bailed them out. Spoiler alert, they were Chinese accounts. This wasn't about systemic risk. It was about bailing out the billionaires who were caught. Don't know if there's any validity to that. Of course, I'll probably love looking into it to see. I've got another one here. Hedging tweet with 182,000 followers saying, "Flash market webcast. The mother of all bubbles is popping. Bank failure, systematic market risk, the coming credit crisis. Protect your portfolio. Take advantage of the current market setup. Register for free access to live webcast on demand replay." Uh, now it's popping. Let's see here. We got looking for any other hot news that's showing up on here. Oh, I did see some of the posts that y'all were posting out there on order books. Some people were showing order books that were flip-flopping in between the $5.12 or something like that to some $4 range, and there's actual video footage of the flip-flop happening on those order books. And I didn't see it yesterday when we were watching it live. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but what I recommended, and I sent a message to those people, or I tweeted back to them. I said, next time when that's happening, make sure that you have time and sales pulled up, because you want to make sure that just because you see it flashing to some other price amount doesn't necessarily mean anything unless you see orders going through at those prices. So I wouldn't. To me, it would be more of like some kind of like glitch in regards to, like, Weeble's reporting of the level twos that are occurring, and not so much an actual like lit market trading problem. So you gotta make sure that you're seeing the trades going through at that value, and that's the only way you'll see that is through that time and sales. So for anybody who's watching that kind of stuff, make sure if you're going to document it, have that pulled up. I'm scrolling down here a little bit to see if I can find one of them that somebody posted. I think this is one of them right here. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, I think this guy did record it. This is Darren Harper. He follows me, I follow him. That's cool. So let's check this out real quick here, because it looks like he does have the time and sales. This is the first one I've seen. Smart guy, this Dan. That's Darren Harper. Sorry, I said Dan. Let's check this out real fast here. I just want to show you guys before I go to break. I hadn't seen.
506. We'll see if it does it again. I think it might be just dropping down to 497.
Uh-oh. My internet's not able to stream his video with clarity and stream at the same time.
Or it was doing it earlier, but let's take a look and see.
There we go.
Just posted. Yeah, I am going to record this last. We got 13 minutes left.
I don't know that it's me.
Here in the power hour, and I keep seeing if you watch.
Because if I drag back to the beginning of the video, it's actually clear. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it is me. No, it's me.
Posted. Yeah, I am going to record this last. We got 13 minutes left till close. Here in the power hour, and I keep seeing if you watch this right here, this 506. Watch every now and then it'll jump down to like 480 and back up to 506. We'll see if it does it again. I think it might be just dropping down to 497 where it was doing it earlier, but let's take a look and see here. Watch this. Meanwhile,
it's not showing up really well. Hold on, let me try to can I change the settings on it? There's no settings on this for me to put it in a higher quality. There's not much I can do.
And it breaks off into two tens. All right, you saw that. I didn't see what it dropped down to, but there's another quote glitch slash algos. Is the matrix starting to break here? I don't know. Either way,
These aren't. This isn't time and sales. This isn't time and sales over here.
And then you'll see a little glitch. Watch this price here at 508. Let's see if I can.
All right. I don't think he has time and sales. He's got bid orders and ask orders on this side over here. I'm not sure what he's got going on. Ladder. Okay, so yeah, he's just yeah. So time and sales is what you need to have on the other side. You need to see what's actually going through versus what's showing up on the order book. If you see a glitch on the level 2 order book like that, where it drops suddenly from a $5.06 amount down to 4.80, and then you see price trading at a $5 block, and then all of a sudden it drops down to 4.80 for a fraction of a second, then pops back up again, then you got problems. Now I'm not sure what time of the day this was happening at. But we could probably go back and look and see if there was actual price movements that were happening during that period of time, if we knew when it was, and see if the time and sales were reflecting some of that glitch.
Can see what it changes to.
How do I get off this? Oh. Anyways.
That was too quick. Could probably slow it down.
The link's at the top. Oh, link it at the top. All right. Yeah, I'll link his tweet out at the top. Hold on a second. If I can remember how. I don't remember how to do it. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Copy link. There's a link to it. And I'll put it up top. I'll pin it up top in case you guys want to go see it. But again, like what we really needed to see though was the time and sales for those when the glitches was occurring, and unfortunately nobody was including that. Everybody just had the picture of the order book showing up, and I think part of the reason for that is that a lot of people have. Sorry, I was pictures. Some of y'all get kind of risque on these Twitter tweets. What was I saying? I don't remember. Yeah, time to go to break. I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing. Let's see here. Where is? I gotta find another one of those tweets. I'm still searching here. Usually, some of the stuff y'all post doesn't. It's most of the time it's not bad at all. But every once in a while, some people just go overboard on their tweets. I don't see any of the others. Most of them were showing up earlier this morning when I was looking at my Twitter feed. So probably got to scroll back a ways here. Anyways, I'm gonna head to break, and myself says, show the picture again. I missed it. I didn't show it. I didn't show it. I don't even know where it's at. I don't even want to go back and scroll and find it. It's just if I stare at it for too long, they just start putting up more like that on my feed, and it's like I don't need that. If I want to do that, I can just search it out if I wanted to. It's like I don't got time for that. When I'm in my Twitter feed, I don't want to be bombarded by naughty pics. Alrighty, I'm out of here, guys. Let's see here. What's the movie for today? Elgato is asking. The movie for the day today is going to be. Oh no! I copied and pasted at the very end of the day. It didn't show. Sorry, I know what it will be when I look at my. The choices were Heat, Rounders, Twilight, and Ted, I think. And I'm pretty sure it was Ted. I forgot to say. I guess I forgot to save the results. But I'm pretty sure it was Ted. I closed it like right at the very end of the day. No, the picture was not Harry at all. Yeah. All right, I'm going to break. Ted is the movie for the day. And I'll get a poll going a little bit later for the next one. But it looks like if you're an AMC shareholder, are you also an A-list member? The results are actually kind of surprising. We got 36% of the people saying yes, 38% saying no, and 26% saying what's an A-list member. So apparently I don't talk about it enough, and I really don't. I don't hardly really ever talk about it at all. For those of you who don't know, the 26% of you who don't know it, AMC has a subscription service where you can become an A-list subscriber. It costs, well, I think the cost varies based on where you're at, but it gives you certain perks. Let me pull it up on the website. I'm gonna pull up on the website real quick. I know I should have gone to break already, but I think this is important. Because if I don't talk about it, then I'm not doing my fair share to advertise the company that I believe in. So if you go to the AMC website, and of course it's going to be jacked up a little bit, so I apologize, but go to the website here. You can go to, I think, it might be under extras. It's much easier on the phone app. Come on, show up the. If only I had real internet. That'd be so nice. Give me a second, guys. It's taking forever to load. It's because there's so much content on the page. Gee whiz. All right. There we go. Might be under offers and promotions under extras, maybe. I don't know. It's really easy to do on the phone because it's like it stands out a lot better than this does. Come on, load. Wow. My computer just really does not like me. So under gift cards, you can find A-list gift memberships, but you don't have to gift it. You should be able to sign up for it as well. I'm not finding, unfortunately, when I'm clicking on this, it's not showing up under offers and promotions because it's not taking me anywhere. But unless this is the offer and promotions page, maybe it is. I don't see it under this spot here. Let's just try going straight to the A-list gift memberships. And we'll see what the memberships are, the plans. Man, this is not very, the phone is so much better at this. Gee whiz. I signed up for mine originally on the phone, and signing up for it was way easier than I'm finding it to be here online because I just don't see any spot to sign up for it. I can't even type in A-list and get a result. That's not good. I don't know why it's not showing up on here. Wow. It is like it's like near impossible. All right, so if you go to terms and conditions, it looks like you can join. You can hit a join now on the AMC A-list, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if part of the reason maybe I'm signed in and it's already showing. See up to 3 movies every week. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? It says you. It says no. It doesn't recognize that I'm already a member. See up to 3 movies every week. Join our monthly movie membership and make free online reservations in advance. Watch movies in any format, including Dolby Cinema, IMAX, Real D, 3D, and more. Plus, indulge in the premium perks of AMC Stub's premiere, including a 10% back on food and drink purchases. Receive a ticket as soon as you join. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why it's not letting me in there, but whatever. Let's try. There's a 3-month minimum commitment. Let's see the benefits. There we go. About time. I don't know what this is under here. AMC Stubs A-list. It shows up pretty well once you get here, but when you get to the A-list, you can do A-list, Premiere, and depending on what it is that you get, you can see what the differences are between them. Where is that at? I wanted to show like what the differences were between them, and I don't see it on here. There we go. Points per $1 spent. A-list and Premiere get 100. You get up to 3 movies every week, including all the different movie theaters you get on the A-list. The Premiere doesn't. Free size upgrades on popcorn and fountain drinks. You get that on both the Premiere and the A-list. Priority lanes and at the box office and concessions, you get both of those. Waived online ticketing fees are all waived. Discounted Tuesdays, free large popcorn refills, $5 reward for every 5,000 points. I swear, like every single time between me and my kids and my wife, every time we go, we spend like nearly $200. So I say, I'm probably I get back like, I don't know, $20 every single time I go, it seems like. Birthday gift, large popcorn, a large fountain drink, and under both programs, free member Wi-Fi, and exclusive offers, screens, and more. I feel like a lot of times, when you want to get into see a movie early, like pre-release before everybody else can, like on a Thursday, I feel like sometimes we have like we get benefits on being able to see the movies early as well. But that's the big main difference is that the A-list gets 3 movies a week and the Premiere does not. Everything else is the same. Man, that took forever to find. I don't know why that was so difficult. You would think they would have like a big, huge section on it up here. All right, that's 2 suggestions I've got for them now. This is actually it's actually a really good deal. I wish they would show the pricing on this. The problem is that they don't do that without you putting in information. So I would assume that it might be location based or something. I'm not sure. I want to say it's like $29 a month or something like that. But you're getting like 3 movies a week. It pays for itself big time. If you go to a movie twice a month, I'd say it pays for itself. Maybe 3 times. If you go 3 times a month, it'll pay for itself. Trenton says, "How do you make money, Casey?" I don't. I'm not here. I'm here making money by talking about AMC. That's how I'm making money, man. And it's gonna be it's a long-term investment. And in the end, I'll end up making money on the backside of this. So I'm not worried about it. Don't you worry about me. I'll be all right. I feel like the mobile version, myself, is way easier to find your way around. Like I don't have any problems with the mobile version at all. I very rarely go onto the AMC website online to do things. I always am using my mobile app, and I don't know if that's why, but I'm definitely going to be making a suggestion that they, make sure that A-list. I mean, seeing the fact that 39% or 25% of the people who have out of 372 people who voted, a quarter of them have no idea what an A-list membership even is kind of shocking, right? Like, so I don't know. Maybe you guys don't even know that you can rent out entire movie theaters. You Well, the format's better myself. I can say that because I find my way around much easier on the phone. The what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you can rent out entire movie theaters for like 100. I don't know. It depends on the movie. I think it's like somewhere between like 100 and $150 for an entire movie. Nah, I'm just now leaving Yucca. So since so many people said that they don't know what an A-list member is, I'm going to start talking about that more often because it is a good program. Here's another thing too. I don't nearly go to the movies enough to. Well, I would say I get my money's worth out of the membership, the A-list membership, but I certainly don't put in 12 movies a month. I don't see 12 movies a month. I don't utilize the A-list every single week. So part of the funds that I'm paying, regardless of whether I go see a movie or not, AMC is still getting income off of my A-list membership. So I'm able to give them money without actually taking a seat. And for me, I think that's an amazing deal because the membership pays for itself. So I'm guaranteeing them an income, a stable income, without actually taking up a seat. And I think that's hugely important for the company. You know, for them to be able to have a stable income that they know that they are going to continuously make over and over and over. And I think that's a really important thing for the company to have. And I think it's a great program. So, all right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back at let's make it 12:30. I normally come back a little bit earlier, but I'm leaving late. So, Billy says there's also a deal where you can get free 1 year Premier membership by seeing 3 movies between now and the end of June. Dang, that's cool. What's that all about? All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Man, that's a grand entrance. I came back right in time for that music. I'm just gonna let that music run. Yeah, hold on a second. I'll tell you what happened right there, El Gato. Give me just a second. I want to hear this music out. Hold on a second. Man, it's such inspirational music. That's so cool. I like it. All right. That's like it's hard for me to talk after that. It's like so impactful the music there. Valarki says don't stop it. I couldn't help it. It was at the end. It was at the end of the playlist. It literally is exactly a 45. I think it's a 45-minute playlist on that one. Yep, 45 minutes and 41 seconds, which is exactly how long I usually take for a break. So it was just perfect. All right. So what happened earlier when I came back to the computers is I've been doing some paper trading on the side, guys, and I don't want to I don't want to what's the way to put this? I have a rule on this channel of no other stock tickers. I have to stand behind that rule. And so when I have to make paper trades, I can't do them on my phone because my phone. I mean, it does the paper trades on the phone, but it won't set some of the alerts or allow me to do some of the things that you can do on the computer. And so, so I was like, I gotta do it here on the computer. So I had to take you guys to the other screen so I could do those paper trades real quick and make sure that everything was there. Just throwing this out there, I started the paper trading. I kind of have like a number that I wanted to start with. I had 250. I'm starting out with $250,000. I kind of have decided that after this is all said and done, that's how much I'm going to commit into the marketplace. And I wanted to kind of start out the paper trades there at $250,000. And I started the paper trading and I think on Monday. I started on Monday, and I can tell you right now that I'm already up. Well, gosh, what am I up by? Hold on a second. I'll take you to the other screen here real quick, and I'll tell you. As of right now, I'm up almost $25,000 after 3 days. It's only been over 3 different stocks that were out there. There's still stocks out there, guys, that can make you lots and lots of money. And you just got to know what to find, what to look for. But I'm doing pretty well. I only made 3 trades. I invested on each trade. I invested about 10% of my total of the 250,000. I only invested about 25,000 on each, so 75,000 of my 250 went into those 3 investments, and so with $75,000 invested over the last 3 days, I made 25 grand. So, you know, the money can be made. You just got to know what you're looking for, and what it is that you know that there's still stocks out there, guys, that are making money. They're all over the place. You can do it. I know you can, even in a down market. What about Yucca? What about food, FODG and YCCA? Yeah, I don't know. Not those. Those aren't the ones. But anyways, the reason that I'm doing the paper trades right now is over the weekend I kind of just wanted to I feel like there's going to be a point in time where we're probably going to need to be trading in this bear market. And I want to refresh my memory on what it's like to trade in a bear market because it's been over a decade since the last bear market that I was trading in, and so I wanted to make sure that I'm good and ready to go. So I'm starting now because for me, I think that the trading in the marketplace is going to happen within the next year. So I'm refreshing my memory on some of the trading that I would do normally in a bear market, and and I would highly recommend for you guys to do the same thing. You know, you have the ability through a lot of these broker platforms to trade paper trade and you know make positions as you would see fit. And I would highly recommend now is a great time to start making those paper trades. Practice before you do it. You don't go out and play a basketball game, professional basketball playing without ever playing a basketball game in your life before. And that's what you're doing when you're getting into this marketplace is you're playing against the professionals. You don't go out onto the professional basketball court never having played. Play the game and practice it first. Don't step out onto the court with your hard-earned money and just piss it off into the wind. You guys worked hard for it. I know you did. Every single penny and dime that you've worked for, you worked hard for it. And you shouldn't just piss it into the wind. So make sure you practice what it is that you're going to do before you do it. You need to have some good trading strategies in place. This is not what I desire to do in life, though, Andrew. Um, my idea was never start a live stream so that I could talk about trading. That's not who I am. I don't even want to. I hate to say this, Andrew, but I really don't even like doing live streaming. I just don't. I really don't. This is not how I envision my life, and I've spent 2 years doing it, and it's been a hard process. It's been fun, but it's been hard, and I've learned things along the way. I think we all have, and but it's not something I want to do for a living. I just don't. I don't have any desire to do this. Because, Militia Ape, this is something that's more important to me. If you understood why I was here and why I believe in this and why I think it's so important and what it is that we're doing, then you would understand. But this is more important than any other trading that I could be doing right now. Way more important. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's an opportunity to be able to document history being made. It will go down in the books forever as being something unique and different. And that's something I want to be a part of. I can just trade all the time. Not a problem. Done it my whole life since 1998. You're not holding me back. I choose to do this. I choose to do this for a reason. I want to do this. But I don't want to be on YouTube live streaming. I love the way Dr. Zeno says this. He says, farting into the wind is much more discreet than pissing into it. Oh, man. What do you want to do when you grow up? Grandpa Barney says. I don't know about you, Grandpa Barney, but I'm getting to that point in my life where I don't feel like um, it's about what I want to do anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can understand what I mean by that. Because I have a feeling you might. Maybe you might be at that point in your life where you've come to that realization that you do what you do because you have to. And and I think that I'm kind of at that point in my life where I feel like there's a part of me that feels like I've got to do something different. So in regards to that, I think part of that, part of what it is that I don't want to do that I have to go do is go back to college. I got to finish off. I got to finish off a couple degrees. There's like two specifically, maybe a master's in one. I don't know. We'll see. And and then move on from there. So there's something else ahead of me, but it's not something I want to do either. To be very honest with you, what it is that I've got in mind, Grandpa Barney, it's not something I want to do. It's more, it's something I feel like I'm being pushed towards. Like I have to do it. Let's see here, guys. What are we talking about here? Can we? Oh yeah, we can continue to have like some of these groups that we have like on the Discord, Elgato. I'm not gonna go away completely. I'm not like gonna just disappear off the face of the earth. I wouldn't do that to you guys. We'll still meet up and stuff in the back of the big tramp, on Discord or on Twitter or wherever it is that we meet up at. But it's, maybe it's for beers someplace, whatever, as maybe I'm traveling around or maybe you're traveling around. Who knows? But I'm not going to just disappear. I'll still be around. Derek says, come to the HVAC family. Oh, man. High vacuum. Man, I already dealt with high vac. I'm good. I'm good. I'll pass. Blarkey says, Casey, my boss is pissing me off. What are you going to do about it? UPS delivery guy says, "Oh, by the way, UPS delivery guy, I was waiting to see you pop up in here today. I've seen like two of your recommendations now on Discord, and I've listened to like actually probably more than two. I feel like it's been more than two now. I just there's never a day where I feel like they don't tug at my heartstrings for the day for the song. And I don't know that day is going to come either. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Like I gotta if the song has to have like something that makes me feel like yeah that's today. And I listened to those and I was going like I don't know if I'm gonna find a day where that's feeling like I should play this, but I listened to them though. I listened to them and then I kind of take into consideration. Jeff says, Casey, that's the one thing I've learned from you. No emotions, look at the data. Casey, what didn't you like? In regards to HVAC, uh, um, I don't know. Who doesn't like sucking? At some end of it, somebody likes it. But remember, it's not really sucking. It's just so you guys remember, vacuum comes from blowing, not sucking. Just remember that it comes from blowing, not sucking. Just saying. I'm just saying. Don't shoot the messenger. Uh, it's all about pressure. All right. It's almost time to take a look at the numbers here, guys. I feel like I should just move right into it now. It's like, oh shoot, I've done. My mom listens to this stuff. Casey, if you're not going to play my song, would you at least play the song Eon? The spice must flow, 1991. Did you put that in the? Is that one of the ones you just listed in there, Yucca? Because if it is, I feel like I looked at it and was like, I felt the same way. I was like, yeah, I just don't know what day that's going to work on. Let's see here. I'm scrolling up just a little bit to see your last submission. That wasn't it. Pro Jeweler. All right, I'll post it in there and see. I put it in the Discord. Barry Electronics says I used to take lunch breaks until Casey started doing movie trivia. Maybe you can get lunch again. MCon says, what's the story on why we're red today? I think we're just consolidating a little bit more right now, MCon, before we see another big push back up again. Yeah, no, I was talking about high vac in the industry I work in, Derek. I know you're talking about. I was changing it to high vac. So in the semiconductor industry, we have high vac, high vacuum, and I was just changing what you said. I don't think I would have any wanting to work in um, no, I just don't have an interest. How's that? I just don't have an interest. Ooh, Casey, my boss is one of my best friend's dad. Laugh out loud. He's been pissing me off. Oh, that sucks. This is why you never work with like family or friends, because you always get problems like that. We got about 12 more minutes here before we take a look at the data. Let me just look real quick here to see what SPY is doing. Okay, SPY is up right now 1.02%, and DXY, believe it or not, is up 0.24%. We did get the break on the descending parallel channel down. It broke up on that, and I would just draw a line of support. Man, I keep doing that. I would just draw a line of support showing up right here. And if we see this swing back down towards this level of support right here, I'll probably be drawing a line across the top here. Get a little bit of a wedge that probably shows something very close to a completion of this wedge towards the end of the day today. But we'll hold off on this top line. I was sitting here thinking a while ago, um, Derek, when you were mentioning I took a electrical theory 101 back in, man, what year was that? Had to be like 2001-ish maybe. And when I first got into the semiconductor industry, they actually put us through like a 6 month schooling session that had a some of it was involved with basic electrical theory, and but more of it came from additional schooling that I did later on because the job that I was working for paid for it. So, but I'm just sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, I didn't really like it that much. Um, I'm not into like diagnosing. Wow, I just had some data cut out on my screen here. I'm not really into diagnosing like electrical problems. Just not. I actually applied for a job a few years back at oh man, AMAT, and one of the jobs would have probably required me to travel as a service technician. But I'm not that age. I'm not a young guy with no kids and no family or anything that can just travel around and spend time in other countries doing that fun stuff, that younger life fun stuff. But it's not really something I'm really interested in. Casey, it's fun with all the wires and the numbers are hard to see. I know. And trying to remember your color codes, right? How many times do you ever have to replace a resistor using? Well, you probably don't. I would imagine you probably don't do that. You probably just replace like bulk components. I would imagine you probably don't ever dive down or component down to like like a faulty resistor or something like that. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not really. I have shaky hands. I have a little bit of shaky hands, and I wouldn't be good at it. Soldering, not my thing. I've tried it. I feel like you got to be a little bit of an artist to be able to solder pretty good, and soldering, and I have shaky hands, so it wouldn't work out very well for me. It's not. It's just not something. It's not my cup of tea. Yeah, ain't that the truth, Yucca Frida? I mean, if you really want to test if you really want to test a battery, you can always stick it to your teeth. And it works real good too. It's another fun way. Complete that circuit on your good old cranium. It's exciting as hell. Barry says I do onboard repairs, getting hard when the parts are the size of a grain of sand. Don't get me wrong, guys. I love component what do they call it? Diagnosis down to the components. I would probably have a fun time with that because it's almost like it's a mystery, right? Like you're trying to solve a mystery, and so I think that would be fun. And I actually have watched some video on online YouTube videos of guys who do that for a living, and it looks like it's a hell of a fun job to do. I just don't know if I could do it all day long. My ADD would kick in, and I would probably just like get all like wound up and wanting to like just explode at some point. I don't actually. I really don't know how Pro Jeweler does what he does with jewelry because it's so tedious work that I'm actually one of these days, Pro Jeweler, when we have a chance to meet up and have share beers. I'm gonna have so many questions for you because I have no idea how you have the patience to do what it is that you do for a living. With ADD, I would go nuts. I would go nuts, but I've always been fascinated by it, like a jeweler's job. Um, either designing, repairing, fixing, whatever it is you may do. It's all very interesting stuff to me, but I just could never do it because it just seems so tedious. Nicholas says, you really think that the news was a fake out? Yes, and I think all the data supports it. And not only that, but if you take a look at it this morning, I actually called it out saying that the reverse side to that news was going to be coming. And you can actually go to the news and see that it already came out now. The exact opposite to this is no, Amazon shouldn't buy AMC or any other movie theater chain. So they're already going with the idea of we'll drop price and then put out negative articles against the company so we can drop price. You know, no. There was no data to support that the move yesterday was on the news at all. Was there some buying that may have occurred because price was moving upwards? Yes, but it wasn't because of the news. It was because the price was moving. That's why anybody buys. They buy because they see price moving, not because of the news. Actually, Yucca, I've been told I'm really good at massaging. Yeah. So, but not something I would probably do. Militia Ape, I think somebody accidentally. Oh, maybe they didn't accidentally delete that. Somebody deleted your message there. Oh, it's Mac. Mac is okay. I see what's going on here. So my son sent me a message a little bit ago talking about. I see you guys saying something about pension. He sent me a message a little bit ago talking about how the vets, disabled vets, are going to be losing some of their disability depending upon how much money they make. And so we were kind of going back and forth on that while I was on break earlier, and it sucks. And I agree with him. It's not a good thing, and I feel bad for him. But in hard times, you know, they're going to make cutbacks, and unfortunately, vets oftentimes, especially vets that are making money, are going to be the ones who probably get cut first. You know, they're seen as people who are already receiving some kind of dependency or making their money one way or the other, and you know, and the government's going to just cut that because they have to make cuts, and it sucks. That's flat Earth. Okay. I'm in. I think we did comment about Dallas not too long ago. Yeah. All right, it's 12:59. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the page. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, if they allow you to set up a secondary device to be able to receive the code, not a bad idea, so that way you can still gain access to your account. In case something happens, your primary, please take pictures of your portfolios, guys. I'm already starting to hear people with like comments about how their average cost price is like changing or something like that. I don't really look at that much, so I don't. I don't on a normal play. I think I probably would, but and not or I might pay attention a little more to that. Not as much as it sounds like some of you guys do, but I think it's like it takes me back to the penny stock days when you start talking about average basis. It's like, why are you looking at that? It's so, I don't know. I mean, you must be making like pennies on the dollar on your trades. Like you should be looking for trades that are making you a lot more than pennies on the dollar. Stay out of those penny stocks, and you won't have to worry about your cost average basis because you're moving by like, you know, 30, 50, a dollar or $1.50 moves, and you don't ever have to worry about those cost average bases, and it makes it life so much nicer. Not having to care about those kind of things. But anyways, I'm already hearing stories about people getting some weird information coming back from their brokers on a reported. If you don't have any information to prove what it was that it was before versus after, how are you going to ask your broker why it changed or what it's at? So take those pictures and start storing them someplace, because you may need that. Taking a look at AMC for off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere around $61 going through off exchange, or sorry, 62% going through off exchange and EDGX added together. Right now, AMC has 61% going through off exchanges, 11.13% going through EDGX. We're about, actually, you know what? It's supposed to be, we're at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's supposed to be 64%. So we're about 8%, 8.13% higher than we should be by this time of the day. I didn't realize it was 1 o'clock. I think my schedule's all off today because I took that extra. I came back a little bit later. Let's see here. On Ape, CHX volume on AMC is 0.07% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.83, so it's kind of low. On Ape, we've got 51.99% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.63. Grand total on that 60.62%, or about 3.5% lower than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is 0.01% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.09. Taking a look at Ortex. Let's see here. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 287,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 434,000 shares. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.06. Cost per borrow min is at 7.94. Average is 360.97. Max 435.12. Shares on loan for the day today is at an all-time max at 199.38 million shares on loan, which is 920,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 310,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was a return of 135,000 shares. It's now a return of 297. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest free float to 5.51%. Cost bar averages, or min is 8.93. Average is 9.23 and max is 9.25. Shares on loan for the day is at 26.85 million shares. That's 1.34 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Options. Highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 22.2 thousand contracts. There's now 29,000 contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there were 16.5 thousand contracts. There's now 25.4. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.43. Earlier this morning, I suggested we would see a drop down to around $6.35. We've had a double test of that $6.35 throughout this morning so far, and have bounced off of it both times, finding this level of resistance right around where we're at $6.44. But I'm expecting to see another run up here, and it might even be in the aftermarket or pre-market hours of tomorrow, heading back upwards again. But I'm also expecting to see an SSR trip as well somewhere in here. So I'm not sure how that's going to coincide. We may see the drop down like really hard 10% by the end of the day, or before the end of the day tomorrow, and then a huge rebound off of that, like a really massive rebound. I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but I am expecting SSR to trip here pretty soon after that big move that we just had, as somebody is likely going to need shares to deliver on requirements to make their markets. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has had a excellent buy-sell rate. Well, not excellent. It's been at least higher than my minimum of 60-40 average. But we've been moving up for the most part of the day today, seeing just more and more buy versus selling pressure. And let's go ahead and take a look at this right now. AMC has been the only one on this list for the day today, and it's not updating. Let's try this again. AMC is still on the list here. We've got, we're back. We were at a 62% buy ratio earlier, so now we're down to 60.8% buy to 39.2% sell ratio. So it's fallen a little bit there. Let's see here. Did GME or Ape make the list? No. Trigger price for SSR for AMC is at 4.64. Ape is at 1.323. There's 0 shares available to borrow and has been that way for quite a few hours. Last seen was for fees was 247.8%. I'm actually going to write that down because we might lose this information here soon. 247.8. NASDAQ is up 1.35, Dow Jones is up 0.63, S&P 500 is up 1.01. We have 4,050 advancers to 2,310 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Banks, I'm only looking for a plus or minus 3% swing. CS is up, Credit Suisse is up 3.43. Silvergate is down 8.17. Douche, no, I gotta count that once. Coinbase is up 3.01. And PacWest is up 3.57. Silvergate's the only one down right now. Ethereum Classic is up 2.21%. The DXY or the US dollar is up 0.17. WTI or oil is up 1%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.24. SPY is up 1.05 at 399.77, hovering just underneath 400. Wants to hit it so bad. Wants to break through that 400 number. I can just see it. VIX is down 3.15. It wants to see, the funny part is that the SPY wants to break that 400, but it wants to do it on low volume, and I just don't I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know how it's going to break 400 with low volume, but we're only a couple days away from where I think there may be where I'm anticipating a break to the bottom side and seeing maybe retests of somewhere around like 392, or maybe even perhaps as much as, yeah, no, I would say 392. A retest of about 392. Nope, 389 is 389. Retest of 389. So, but yeah, it's trying to make this price move up here on very, very low volume right now. Well, let's see what kind of pace we're on for volume for SPY. Let's see, we're 200 and let's just call it 280 minutes into the day. It's 279, but whatever. We're on pace for 59 million shares traded on SPY for the day. Earlier this morning, I was saying there's a chance that we might see, like, I think it was 82 million. No, 62. 62 million is what I was saying earlier. Now we're on a pace for 59, so it's even fallen off even farther. So incredibly low volume on this 1% move up right now. This is not bullish by any means. Getting a big old fat doji candle there. VIX is down 3%. VBR is up 0.67. VB is up 0.93. Tesla is up 1.1. Amazon is up 2.51. Cinemark is up 0.86. Doge is up 2.38. Bitcoin is up 3.66. GME is down 2.68. HYMC is down 5.28. Hood is up 5.42. Ape is up, or down rather, 1.36. Strike that, 0.68. And AMC is down 3.49. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is just about $1 million more outflow than inflow. On AMC, 22.94 million shares traded. Man, this volume has really sucked out of nowhere. 280 minutes into the trading day here, and we're on pace for 31.95 million shares traded by the end. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Man, this is really so. I suggested between 40 and 60 million shares by the end of the day today, and it has dropped all the way down to 31.95 after we were on a really good pace this morning of hitting somewhere around, like, I would say at least 40. So we've seen a massive, just super kick in the balls on volume today. Super kick. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 61.28, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure than an RSI of 51.97, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.19, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 58.2, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.52 million shares traded so far after 281 minutes trading, putting us on a pace for 11.82 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I was suggesting in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.78, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.02, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.51, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.61, which is average. All averages, just cruising along, average, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Let's draw in a little box. Any chance? What's the price range here? This wedge is 496 to 491. It's only a 5 cent range that I've got for the end of the day, so we might actually see the breakout a little bit earlier than that. Maybe in here. And I'm just looking at this volume profile here, and just the volume right now per minute, we're averaging like just over, I think we're averaging really close to around like 15,000, maybe even 14,000 shares a minute right now on AMC, which is just absolutely horrific in volume. Normal Cat says, not the balls. Richard says, do you think AMC is getting any revenue from the silver minted coins with AMC logo on it? I don't know. It's a good question, Richard. I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Always learning in regards to why the rules are specifically just AMC and Ape, and then anything in relationship to why those are moving the way they are. Minus like, I have two specific ones in here that are probably no relationship whatsoever, like Tesla and Hood. And the only reason I'm watching Hood is because of what happened with the entire market back in 2021. Hood was kind of responsible for what started happening with margin calls. So that, I guess, so it has somewhat of a relationship. But the other part of it is Tesla is more of a just kind of a very interesting play on what long-term squeezes look like. And so that's kind of why I'm following that one. But in regards to everything else, why no on everything else, and it's mainly because of the fact that I'm here to record history on what's specifically happening with this play, and I'm not really here to focus on other things, and I don't want there to be distractions, because I mean we could talk about all kinds of stuff all day long. So it's really just more or less it's just content creator choice. And thank you for saying that, Andrew, because somebody shared a link with me yesterday or a picture, and I want to share this too. And I can't I didn't get permission to state the name out loud. So if they want to stand up and say, "Hey, that was me," you're more than welcome to. Hey, there we go. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop, weed stop. I really hope that takes off. Let's see here. This was a nice little graphic that was kind of sent to me. This is, oh man, I'm blinding you guys. Blinding you. Smashed in the face with blinding. All right, here we go. Global reserve currencies. There's some trends from the past here. Estimated relative standing of great empires. And so this is in reference to what was being talked about yesterday with the US dollar no longer being the global currency. And so it seems to be that there's a cycle that happens quite often. I thought there was an interesting one in here, and I don't know why it's like this, but I noticed that like they've got Spain as being the global domination, uh, but they lost it here. Why didn't China get put in here? What happened? Why wasn't China put in? Why wasn't China in here? China should have been in there, right? And then they happened again here. It says France, but why wasn't China again? China should have taken up majority of this France spot here, but yet France got it. So I'm not sure what's going on with this. I don't know why the graphic it doesn't say anything about. Oh, I should have put the N in here. Sorry. It doesn't say anything about China or why it was like this. Why it's got that. I mean, it's got solid lines on some of these. There was no key on this that told me like why certain currencies were hash marked, I guess, and then others in solid bold lines. But I would imagine that the reason that China didn't get it in these time frames would have been because of the fact that it's it's in um, hash line hash. Anyways, it was kind of an interesting graphic here. 1920, it might be 20. It's so hard to draw without being able to draw in circles. 2020. I gotta change the setting on this mouse one of these days. 2023. Man, that's so terrible looking. Why don't I change it? I don't know. Just don't ever think of it. Anyways, I thought that was kind of interesting. Well, Tech We Love says because China was seclusive. But I mean, let's go back to that page real quick. What about Germany or Japan? Could that have been said also from the 2000s? Like, why are those? I don't know. I don't know. There was no information on it. I'd have to go research this and try and find it. Anyways, maybe they weren't considered a great empire. It does say estimated relative standing of great empires. Anybody from China, Germany, or Japan right now is going like, screw you, man. Screw you. It does say great. Oh man. Will you play Fight the Good Fight Triumph someday? Lyrics seem appropriate to our circumstances. I can always consider it. I always take into consideration um, the song requests. I just put it in the Discord right now. I can't promise you anything. I have to listen to it and then be like, Does it work or does it not work? What kind of volume or daily volume did we see in the old days, spring 2020? Carl, I'm assuming you mean on the SPY, right? We can go back and check. I don't know that I would necessarily uh, draw any contrast or comparisons to it from that far back, but let's look. Wouldn't hurt. So we're looking for January 2021, right? I would assume. So looks like SPY was doing somewhere between. It had a little bit of a spike in here, right? This is January portion in here, right? All right in here. I would say we were averaging probably right around um, 61.5 million shares a day, averaging maybe. But price was moving up at that time, right? Price was continuously driving upwards. And then as price started falling down, you can see a very obvious fall in volume, or rise in volume, I mean, not fall. As a fall in price was occurring, you can see price or volume has always been kicked up much higher as this volume has been moving, or as the price has been moving down further and further. All right, I got to take my last break here. Novocaine says 1839 to 1949. 1839, 1949. Yeah. Humiliation, huh? A lot more barcoding there on AMC Ape. Gotta love that. Sitting right at that Fibonacci retracement level too. 1458. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I will be back at 2:10. We'll do movie trivia today. It is Ted. Ted is the movie for the movie trivia. I gotta end the current poll so that I can get the new one. And it looks like I need to start talking about A-list more often because I never really talk about the A-list very much. 472 votes, and 25% of the people do not know what the A-list is about, and that's not good at all. So definitely going to. I'm actually going to tweet about that because I think actually I'm going to do it right now while I'm thinking about it. If I don't, let's see here. Ran this poll today in my live stream. Why, as a community, are we failing to be vocal about how great this subscription is? If you're an AMC shareholder, are you also an A-list member? No, 40%. Yes, 34%. What's an A-list member? 24%. Poll complete. 472 votes. That's not good. I don't mind the fact that there's the fact that 40% of you are no votes on that. I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. If you don't want to be an A-list member, don't be an A-list member. What's unacceptable is the fact that 24% of the people who actually really give a crap about this company because you're here don't even know what it is. There's something wrong with that. There's something really wrong. Because that's legitimately, I mean, if you broke it down and said that, 34% of that of those people could potentially be more A-list members and more revenue for the company, potentially, at a very minimum. So I think we need to be more vocal about this. I'm going to tweet it out. We need to tweet out and make sure people know what that is. Yeah, Ted's a bear. So the A-list is a subscription. It's a member-based subscription, Jeff, by AMC that allows you. It gives you a bunch of free, or not free. It gives you a bunch of benefits as a member. Things like upgrading your size of your popcorn. Things like getting like through lines faster. Free check-in or free fees on check-in online, and also being able to get into some movies maybe earlier than others. There's if you're a A-list member, you get 3 free movies a week. I don't want to call it. Is free really free? I mean, if you get 3 per week and you're only paying $25 for the membership, so you're getting a total of 12 movie visits. It's free, right? Some of them are. There's no way that I think you probably for $25 you probably see 3 movies tops, 2.5 on that. So you're getting a lot of free movies tickets. I think I know. So there's a lot of benefits in it. There's more than that. There's more benefits, but yeah. Rivik says you get the express line and the concessions. It's great. You skip right past everybody. It's awesome. I've only had to wait in that express line one time. Every other time I just go straight up to the front. It's awesome. I feel bad. I feel a little bad. Not gonna lie. I feel bad about cutting past a lot of the other people in the other lines, but I do pay for it. So Premiere gets all that other stuff. Point Break Thor says I pay to be Premiere, but not A-list. Premiere gets all of that except for the 3 free movies. Ted is a prequel to Cocaine Bear. Yeah, before he got all big and fat. Yep. Yeah, AB Jam says not everyone can see 3 movies a week. Totally understood. Yep, I get it, man. It's not going to be for everybody, but if you see 3 movies a month, it pays for itself, right? So, and not everybody sees even 3 movies a month. And the way that I look at it as AB Jam is that it's a constant money inflow for the company, and it's seats that I never take up. So when I do use the membership, I'm getting a deal on everything else, right? And so the company gets to rely on an income that's always going to be coming in, and I don't have to worry about getting my seats early or anything else. I get a lot of benefits, and I don't have to worry about how many movies I'm going to see to help support the company. The money's always going in. Yeah, if you don't have an AMC remotely close to you, Jeff, it's not going to help you. Which is why I said, like, seeing 40% of the people saying no, they don't have a membership, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with the fact that 25% of you guys don't even know what it is. That's a failure on my part. Because that's a lot. That's a lot of people. It's 400. How many people were voted in that? We had 472. 100, no way. 118 people didn't know. That's a failure on my part. That's my bad. I should have been more vocal about it. So I will be from now on. I'm going to talk about it once, 2, 3 times a day, maybe. But like I said, you don't have to be a member. You don't. It's not for everybody. All right. I'm going to head to break here, guys. Let me put up my note real quick. No, Rivik, you got it backwards. I hate to break it to you. I thought that same thing for a long time. Premium doesn't give you the 3 free movies. It's A-list. I know it seems backwards, right? It seems like premium should be better than A-list, but it's really not. It's A-list, then premium. A-list gets you the 3 movies per month. Go check it out, man. We looked at it this morning. I pulled it up. It's all there. You can see it. It's back in the thing, but it is A-list that gives you the 3 free movies. I can't put it back up, Jeff. Hold on a second here, guys. Let me pull up. I gotta put up a new poll before I go. That's no problem, I bet. Or Rivik, it's not. That's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Let's see. What movie do you want for movie trivia tomorrow? Man, I cannot type today. All right, actually, it feels like most days because this keyboard's turned sideways on me, but I can't turn it right way. Let's see here. I gotta get rid of Ted off my list. Take Ted off, and we had Twilight, Rounders, and Heat listed. So now we get your choices for movies are going to be Blazing Saddles, Reservoir Dogs. I don't think I think I've seen part of that. I don't know. I have to go back and look at it. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And 2, 3. Clueless. I think I know which one won't get picked. But I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. I have a feeling Clueless isn't going to win. Is Rounders about fat bottom girls? Oh, jeez. No. No. Just you're trying to get a point out of me, Projo. It almost worked. Almost. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all I got to put up there, and then I gotta write that I'm gonna be back here in just a little bit. This message. Whoa, Van's driving away. Too early, Van. I never realized it, but my big tramp is like Mr. Rogers' little trolley, only like way sexier. To me. Let's see here. It's my little trolley. Did he just call it trolley? Is that what I can't even remember what he called it. I feel like he called it something. Anyways, I'm going to break, guys. I'll see you back at 2:10, and we'll toast out the day. And we got a birthday today. We got a birthday. Broke Ape. Broke Ape. Broke Ape's birthday is today, guys. If you haven't seen Broke Ape around, let's see if he's in here. Hold on a second. No, he's not in here. All right, I'm heading to break. See you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back, and it's time to do the toast and do the numbers and ring out the day with the Ted, the movie for the day today. It looks like Blazing Saddles is winning right now. I just was kind of going through some of the things you guys are saying right now. I think it's really interesting that we got two different people now in here asking the same exact question. Always learning, always saving, asking about whether or not, or thinking whether or not Amazon buyout would be a good or bad thing. Now we've got It's Me saying, I asked this earlier, but if Amazon buys AMC, will that be a good or thing for apes? Good or bad thing? And it's just, it's not even a reality. It's not even a possibility in regards to buyout. It's ridiculous to even think in terms like that because um, the amount that the company could afford to pay us, even if they could afford to pay us, would be absolutely monstrous, and nobody would pay that kind of money. Jeff Bezos didn't be the billionaire that he is, handing his money away to people. And what you're talking about here is what he would have to do. And so it's not don't you need to apologize. It's just kind of crazy to me that like it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's just simply news that's been generated to try and convince us that something's happening that's not happening. Uh, it's a narrative. It's a narrative that's been published to try and get you to think that something's going to happen or is a possibility that's not even a remote possibility. You're talking about the largest movie theater chain. When you add the number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 movie theater chains all together, still don't encompass as many movie theaters as AMC has. It is by far, hands down, the largest movie theater in the world. Not just the US, but the world. And the idea that somebody like Amazon is going to come in and just purchase them? Come on, guys. Just stop. Like don't let this kind of information out there, be the controlling narrative because it's not a thing. It doesn't matter if it's a good or it's a bad thing or not. It's not a thing. No, apparently some other guy did, Peter. But it's really kind of interesting. So get this. This is I think I haven't narrowed this down here exactly, but it sounds like it might have been it might have been a publication that started this narrative or this rumor. It was a publication that is a brand new publication. It's not more than just over a week old. They're trying to get people to read their articles, and they put out a rumor that basically would generate views. And if you wanted to think about it like this, if you wanted to sell something, a publication, you were just starting a brand new publication, what do you want to do? You probably want to look for some of the hottest topics that are trending. So you go out, you find out what the number one trending items are that are in news media, and you start publishing fake rumors, stuff people want to read because they can't stand not reading tabloids. When you guys go around talking about this kind of stuff, you're basically just turning us into a tabloid article, and we're much more than that. You're dragging this company down by bringing it to the tabloid levels. Don't fall for that stuff. Joe says we love drama. Yeah, well, it's good for getting us in the news, but it's not always a good thing for our numbers. I don't know. You got to decide what's worth talking about, what's not worth talking about. And when something like that's not even a relative general possibility, it's pointless to even talk about it. Hence the reason the data proves without a shadow of a doubt that the Amazon rumor was fake, which is the title for the day. So, toasting to two different things in here real quick before we move forward. I love that statement. Jack says, if you can't trust Gasparino, who can we trust then? Kramer? Oh, man. Yeah, I hear you. Broke Ape. Broke Ape's birthday is today. If you guys see him around, or I don't even know if it's a him or a her. I'm assuming it's a him. I don't know. Maybe it's a her. To Broke Ape, birthday. Much fortune ahead of you. Another great year, and thanks for being around and part of the community, Broke Ape. Have a happy birthday today. I don't even expect you to be here today because you're probably having fun someplace else, doing something great, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. So to Broke Ape and to fake news, cheers. All right, let's take a look. Food Dog says, breaking news, Microsoft to purchase AMC theaters. Now it's, no. Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway to purchase AMC theaters. That's when we need to get trending. Because go look at their share prices. Berk A to purchase AMC theaters. Each shareholder will receive a quarter of a share for every share they own. Guys, go look at the share price of Berk A and then come back. You'll laugh. You'll like it. It's not a bad rumor. All right, what are we going to look into here? I'm enjoying seeing this little price run here. Hold on a second. I got to do numbers. AMC at $4.98. Man, I almost went with. I was so close to doing $5 for my prediction for this morning, and I changed it the last minute to $5.17. I was so close. On Ape, I did 153, and now we're at 146. Man, I would have been so much closer. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Taking you guys to the other page, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent somebody from being able to get into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Don't let somebody get access to your account in such an amazing time right now. If you have the ability to try that out, and you have the ability to put in a secondary device where you can receive the code, go ahead and do that, as that would give you additional safety net for being able to log into your account by having a second device. I'm also asking everybody to start taking pictures or video footage of their portfolios so that you can know what it is that you hold. And I'm getting a system error from Fidelity here on getting into my account. Let's try something different. Weird. It's making me log in a second time when I just logged in. Okay. But yeah, get those pictures so in case something happens with your brokerage account, you'll have proof of what it is that you own. You can use that. Maybe I didn't put the number in right. All right, give me a second while I move some screens around here. All right, here we go. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% combined between AMC and off exchanges and EDGX exchange. We have 61.37% on off exchanges for AMC. EDGX is 11.15. Grand total 72.52%. So we're looking at like 6.52% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 1.82. So nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, 53.08% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 8.2. Grand total 61.28%, or about 4.82, something like that. It's 4.82% higher, lower than what it should be by this time of the day. So not a whole lot of suppression on price on Ape. Through those normal amounts of volume that we see going through those exchanges. CHX is 0.07% of the total daily volume with a 30 average of 0.09. It's actually more elevated than usual. And we've been seeing low numbers lately. It's actually kind of picked up there. GME CHX volume 0.13 with a 30 average of 0.26, so that's low. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 434,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now 528,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float just minorly to 25.06%. And cost per minutes at 7.94. Average is not reporting right now. Interesting. I don't know why, but the average is not reporting. The max is at 435.12. Let me refresh this one more time and see if it doesn't report. It could just be it got held up. Still says NA. Total shares on loan for the day today is at 199.38 million shares. That's 920,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And that sets a new all-time record for shares on loan today. That last was set 2 days ago. 310,000 of that 920,000 shares was in new short interest day over day. On oh, by the way, the average did come in on that cost of borrow. It's 374.78. Very, very high right now. On Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 297,000 shares having been returned. It's now 280, so it's just a slight increase. That's going to put the shares of the short share interest of the free float at 5.52%. It's not really changed any. Cost per mins, again, it's showing NA. I'm sure it's going to update here in a second, but the average is 9.23 and max is 9.25. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.85 million shares. That's 1.34 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Cost per mins in now at 8.93. Kind of weird how long it was taking to update. Hopefully I didn't lose you guys here. On options, highest amount of call options is at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, at a $5 strike, there was 29,000 contracts. There's now 31,000 contracts worth of volume. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, it was 25.4 thousand contracts. It's now 28.5. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Current combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.43. Now we have not retested 635 a fourth time. 1, 2, 3 times we've tested 635. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. AMC is on this list here. We have a 60.25% buy to 39.75% sell ratio. It was doing really well up at 62 earlier and it's kind of started to fall a little bit. Trigger price for SSR for the day today would have been at $4.64 for AMC, Ape at 1.323. Shares available to borrow looks like they did return about 800 shares, and we're now showing a 238% fee. And let's see here. NASDAQ is up 1.8, Dow Jones is up 0.94, S&P 500 is up 1.37. We have 4,357 advancers to 2,065 decliners. Not quite cooking with bacon grease, but it is definitely doing really well compared to where it was an hour ago. Or it's doing mildly better, I should say. We have Credit Suisse. No, I'm not going to read Credit Suisse. Silvergate's down 11.54%. FRC is up 4.83. I'm only reading off the banks that are plus or minus 3%. PacWest is up 5.65. The only down one right now is Silvergate. Ethereum Classic is up 2.47. DXY is up 0.21, which is very unusual with the market being up as well. WTI or oil is up 1.39. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.26 to 0.4, and the SPY is now up 1.4, getting that late portion of the day run up here. In the power hour. The VIX is down 4.06. VBR is up 0.99. VB is up 1.21. Tesla is up 2.16. Amazon is up 3.06. Cinemark is up 1.55. Doge is up 2.81. Bitcoin is up 4.06. GME is down 2.89. HYMC is down 4.83. Hood is down is up 5.59. Ape is down 1.36 and AMC is down 3.3. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 24.72 million shares traded so far after, let's see here. 358 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 26.9 million shares, guys. Today was supposed to be a 40 to 60 million share traded day today, and we're on pace for like barely 27. That's nuts. That's really, really nuts. I don't like that. My guesstimate was way off, based off of pre-market volume. I don't like that. We are getting our breakout right within this box I drew out for the end of the day here, out of the current wedge that we're in. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.48, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have looks like just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.29, which is above average, or it's average, sorry, average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.34, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.78, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $250,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.46 million shares traded after 359 minutes worth of trading, putting us on 10.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. We will hit that. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.86, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, it looks like we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.11, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.87, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.7, which is average. Here's another article. No, Amazon, you don't need 10,000 AMC screens, analyst says. This movie theater chain is better by. The hit pieces are just rolling now, guys. Now that they've got your attention and they got you focusing on what it is that they want you to focus on, they can start printing the negative articles because you latched onto it. You latched onto it. You started making news by pushing the information. Now they can take that and spin it the other direction, and you got yourself negative press. All because of us. We were the result of pushing that information. Now we get the backside of it. It's all us, though, Glenn. It's all us. We're the ones pushing it. Nobody would listen to Gasbag. Nobody would listen to him, but they're listening to us. They're listening to what it is that we're saying, and if we're saying something, then that's where it's coming from. Gasbags is just one guy. I don't even know how many. Let's see how many he has. What does he have? He's got 167,000 followers. Probably a third, or maybe even half. A third to a half of those are probably bots. So the dude reaches maybe 100K. Like, it all starts with us. When you start adding up all the people that we have in our community and the people that we network with, we are the network. The network starts and ends with us. We get to decide what's going to be printed and what's not going to be printed on everybody's front page. And they already did get us, Yucca. It was like crazy yesterday, just getting blown up everywhere that the price was moving because of, not everybody believed it, but everybody still made it a topic, right? Just let it die. Don't even talk about it. When you see fake news like that, don't say anything. When you see fake news like that, just let it go. Let it die. Let it be like a fart in the wind that you don't want anybody to know about. It's a fart in the wind. Don't say anything. Don't even acknowledge it. It didn't happen. MGTO says, hey Casey, do you have Netflix, Amazon Prime, both, Starlink? Can you poll the community? Yeah, we could maybe poll that tomorrow, I guess, but I don't really see the point. I mean, it's just, those are all anti AMC related things. And the industry's already decided that they can't make money those kind of ways. So I don't know what would be the point in advertising in something for against what it is that we're trying to fight for. I think a lot of people have a lot of those. I have both Netflix and Amazon Prime, but I do not have Starlink. Glenn says you were correct. The volume is in the dark pool. Yeah, it sure is. Uh, mm, I do think that they react to certain news, but the reaction yesterday came after. Like the reaction was the reaction was first. The price movement was first, and then the article. Right? The news came after the move. Yesterday we had gas bag reporting it probably a full 15 minutes after the price move happened. No, I don't think I would, MGTO. Not a chance. Amazon's running at $100 a share right now. I would not take that trade. That means that I'm getting $50 a share. That's like the crappiest trade I would ever take. Pass. We've already seen over $50 before, and I know we can get that, and that wasn't even on a gamma squeeze. I mean, that was on a gamma squeeze. That wasn't even the full squeeze. So I know if you consider 52 to just be the beginning portions of what we could run to, why in the world would I take 50? Yeah, I'm not even. What if Amazon Prime had exclusive? I don't care about Amazon. They're not a threat. Everybody has already figured it out. Disney figured it out. Netflix figured it out. Amazon figured it out. They all figured it out that having their own streaming services is not the way to go. Every single one of them. Apple figured it out. All right, trivia. Let's do trivia. It's a mute point. It's a done story. I don't even want to talk about it. Let's move on. So, movie trivia for the day today is going to be Ted. Casey Rounders. I don't know. Everybody said Ted. I went with everybody said because I forgot to do the copy and paste yesterday at the very end of the day, so I just went with Ted. Ted's what it's going to be for the day today. If it was Rounders, it was supposed to be Rounders. It got vetoed. So let's see. Let me pull up the questions I've got here. All right, hit live now. Here we go. Question number 1. The film opens to a narration by this distinctive voiced old coot. Who is it? I want both names. First and last name. Patrick Stewart is correct by Barry Electronics. All right, next. After Teddy comes to life, he skyrockets to fame, highlighted by a visit to this man's television talk show. Who is the talk show host? Carson is right by Frank Lehman. Ooh, I can feel the competition on today. I can feel it. I can feel the tension here already. All right, next one. John's boss claims to know this mid-level movie star. Who is it? Tom Skerritt by Censored Content is correct. In both their young and their adulthood, John and Ted help each other cope with this very scary thing. What are they both afraid of? Sex. Nope, that's not it. Thunder is correct by Censored Content. Joe, he just beat you out, man. I saw your answer come in like right after his. It was it was really close. Let's see here. John tells Ted he has to move out following an evening during which the apartment floor is soiled by a what? What was the floor soiled by? No, like what caused it? What caused it? Barry Electronics says horrors. I'll take that one because it was really a hooker. Barry Electronic is I'm giving you the point on that one. Hooker was the right answer, but horrors, I know what you meant, so I'll give you the point. So here's a quote. Do you know what I'd like to do to her? Something I call dirty what? Barry, Barry Electronics for the point for Fosse, but somebody put in Dirty Sanchez, and I feel like giving a point out here just for that one because that one make really NC Proud Dad. I'm giving you a point. This is just a random, like you freaking man. Proud because that really was probably by far. I would have expected that out of Yuka, to be honest. I would have expected Yuka to come in here with. I would have totally given Yuka that point, but he didn't say nothing. So, all right, next question. You guys are so bad. All right, next one. You can do any 90s song with just vowels. Ted demonstrates at the party by singing a song from this band. Hootie. Yep, you got it. Hootie Berry is Hootie and the Blowfish. I'll give it to you, Barry. I didn't make you say the full thing, so you got it. All right, next one. Hey, play chopsticks, you jazzy slut. Ted tells the singer, who lets John sing at a concert which Laurie attends. I guess whose concert was it? Nora Jones is correct. Oh no, wait. Yeah, Censored Content got it first. I almost gave it to Barry, but I saw Censored Content's answer. Let's see. Next question. I thought about saving this one for the last answer, guys, because it's in a roundabout way. It's not really about the movie, so think about hard on this. This is a tough one, and I thought there's no way you're gonna guess this if it has nothing to do with the movie. So I didn't make it the last answer, but the song that John sings at the concert, hitting every single damn note, by the way, is the theme song from which James Bond movie? I really wanted to put this in as the last answer, and I was like, there's no way they'll ever guess this. Octopussy is right by NC Proud Dad. Dirty Sanchez and Octopussy and NC Proud Dad got them both. Just throwing it out there. Whenever I play the game Apples to Apples with my kids, I always notice that the answers that you get right typically describe who you are as a person. Just saying. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Next one. So let's see here. Ted survives despite being what? Torn apart is correct by censored content. We got a two-way tie here. I think censored content's feeling a little like he might be in trouble here. he's up in his game. Here we go. All right, this is the last one. Can you guys guess the last answer of the day for 2 points? For 2 points, challenge flag on Octopussy. Robert B says. I'll scroll back up to Octopussy and see who put that in there first. Hold on. I'm scrolling. And of course now I can't see what everybody else is putting in for answers. NC Proud Dad was definitely first. Frank Lehman was second, and Robert B, you were third. You were not even close. Now I got to scroll up and see what questions you guys are putting in here. Let's see. Okay, challenge. Okay, there's a challenge flag. Let me scroll through here. I think I'm up to date. None of you guys have put in an answer, so I'm gonna help you out here. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a hint because I don't think you guys are gonna get this one. I tried to keep this one clean. Because there's so many different things in this movie that you could probably put in for an. Oh my gosh, I hate you, Frank Lehman. I hate you. 2 points for Frank Lehman. Fenway Park is right. I'm too predictable. I'm way too dang predictable. All right. I see how it is. Final question was the climax of the film takes place at this Boston landmark. And the answer was Fenway Park. That was the answer. You bastard. You got me. You son of a bitch. You're in my head. All right. Barry Electronics, congratulations on your added points for the week here. Did I get this right? 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Wow. This is kind of crazy, guys. There's only four people for answers for the day today. Barry Electronics was one of them. Frank Lehman is another who I believe is. No, he's not on our top list here, but he's getting there. We've got censored content with an additional 4 points here to the ones that he already had. Congratulations on your additional points. Oh man, NC Proud Dad coming in. Is this his first points of the week? I think it is. Octopussy and what was the other one? Sanchez. Oh man. Congratulations on your first 2 points of the day, Mr. Octopussy and Sanchez. Sanchez, you Octopussy Sanchez. I was gonna say Sanchez is Octopussy, but that doesn't sound nearly as good. All right, here we go. Third place. Coming in third place. Yeah. Barry Electronics and Frank Lehman tied with 5 points apiece. In second, with one more point than the third place position, with 6 points, is John Hannaford. With 1 point ahead of that, with 7 points, our reigning champion, Censored Content. Donald DeVoid says Casey's points are like Amazon News. That's right. That's a good one, Donald. I like that. That's pretty good. Fake news. All right, let's see. We got AMC's price at $4.99.5. This is the last time I start making changes at the very end of the day or at the very beginning portion of the day. I totally said $5 for our close originally, and then I changed it to $5.17 at the last second. I'm really pissed at myself now because I would have been so much closer. I had $6.70 as a closing price for the day today, and we're at $6.46, so I'm going to be off a little bit here, or at least I think I am. I really like that, Donald. You almost make me want to give you a point, Donald. Almost. No, screw it. I'm giving you a point. Donald DeVoid for a point. Just because, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean shit, so why not? Donald DeVoid for a point. Hey, Yucca, you missed it, man. You could have had a point today. You were not on top of your game, sir. There was a perfect lineup for you today, and you missed it. I don't even know if you were here. You probably weren't even here to hear it. It was like perfectly lined up for your Yucca, a Yucca 1-2, 1-2 Sanchez punch. Casey, I did say Sanchez in my mind. I know you did. Because I know you did. I know that's exactly what would have been going through your mind. You just didn't type it though. I know it was going through your mind. Yeah, man. What do you? No, no. I always learning. I hope you're joking. I hope you're joking. Tomorrow's movie for the day is going to be Blazing Saddles. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now because I don't want to. I don't want to miss it this time. I feel like I screwed up yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste it in here real quick so that I know what it is for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Blazing Saddles. That's what we're going to be watching, or not watching, doing movie trivia on. Reservoir Dogs, yeah, wow, Clueless actually beat out Fast Times at Ridgemont High by 1%. Wow, I'm shocked. Wow, wow. just just randomly go Clueless. Hey, you can call me LC too. It don't matter. It don't matter. I'll answer anything. I come from a world where hey you works. Hey you. I'm okay with that too. See, I think the problem that you're having though, always learning, is that a lot of this price movement has nothing to do with what retail is doing. So to you, it looks like selling and buying, but that's not really what's happening. Alrighty, tomorrow is Thursday. I plan on opening up the back of the Big Tramp tomorrow for you guys after the 9 o'clock a.m. reading of the numbers. So anybody who wants to participate in that, you're more than welcome to be there from 9 o'clock until 11. Well, until I go to my first break, I'll read the numbers off at 11. So basically from 9 to 11. Yucca says, do you think that if we had tails, our life would be better? I watched the movie Avatar. I can say that that's definitely not the case. I don't think so. I'll tell you what, Belarkey, I don't want to talk about it here, but if you want to talk about it on Discord, we can certainly talk about that over there. NC Proud Dad says, Casey, get you some of that. I don't know if I can say that. Herradura? Did I say that right? Herradura tequila? Yeah, there's two specific ones that on the paper trades that I've been making just absolutely ripped, and made some pretty good money off of them. Of course, it's just paper money; it's not real, but it would have been nice if it had been. No, I will be here on Friday. Always Learning says Hardura Ultra and Añejo is so good. I'll have to check. Hold on a second. I'm putting that. I'm gonna copy and paste that somewhere for the future. I'm gonna put it in. Where can I put this? Put it under Casey Projects. Yeah, it's a project now. Saturday is my birthday, so we need to toast to those foos. All right, Yucca Frida. Remind me though, because I'll probably forget before then. I'll just write it down now. Yucca Friday. Because I'll forget otherwise. See, today's the 29th, so the 31st. 3/31, huh? Jesse Matthews says it's the Battle of 501. I don't think it's really a battle. Meep, I really don't think it's a battle. If they wanted to knock this price down, they could. There's probably a reason why they're closing it at 5. I don't know what it is, but what I would say is whatever the price of $5 is, because I'll tell you why. If they end the price at $5, then the SSR tripping point for tomorrow would be 450, and I'll bet you they go for it. We started out this week at about 450. I'll bet you they drive down to 450 for tomorrow. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the day today. Tomorrow's SSR tripping day. So I think you're going to see a mad dash dive for 450. That's my guess. No, I meant like just I didn't mean like my wife's off work now, Belarkey, so I meant like in like just writing. Like if you want to like discuss it, we can create a room on Discord for like other stock trades. In fact, I think we had that. If I'm not mistaken, I think there is a room for other trades or something like that. If somebody wants to talk about other trades, I don't see that in there, but I can make a room tonight for other stock trades, and we can discuss it. Oh shoot, it's past time, guys. We gotta go. All right, like usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. We got 2 more to go here, guys. Hang in there. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they love getting outdoors too. And go see a movie for crying out loud, because A-list members is a thing. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO here, you're loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Rumors spreading round, United Texas town, about to shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you wanna go to that home out on the range. They got a lot of nice girls. I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time. And I tend to get yourself and here it's time. I'm almost every night. But now I might be mistaken.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy